can continue to conduct an orderly and respectful comments and meetings here. Obviously, we have different viewpoints, differences of opinion, but that's the way it will be here in Pasco. So the first one we have up is Michelle Mandry.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I'm going to start today to remind everyone why these meetings exist. I know you've mentioned that.
Before you get started, if you could tell us
I'll get
where
to
your
that.
home is?
Oh, I live in Hudson.
Okay, do you have a home address?
I don't need to disclose that.
I'm going to ask for your home address.
I don't need to disclose that.
And why is that?
Because I was here before, I've already disclosed it. It's on record.
Are you a taxpayer here?
Of course.
Okay, go ahead.
Anyway, I'm here to remind everyone why these meetings exist. Under Chapter 388 of the Florida statutes, y'all are required by law to conduct meetings with properly and with accountability to the citizens that pay and fund you and that participate. Yet, last month, instead of holding up to that standard, you allowed a citizen to use public comment to attack another citizen. I was appalled by it. You just mentioned that we need to conduct this meeting great and with respect, but I did not see any respect being handled there. In fact, when I watched the video, you guys were smiling. How is it you guys are not following the law? You should not preside your personal grudges and use this as a way to attack citizens. This meeting is to present transparency for us as citizens. You are the government, we're the citizens. And we should be able to come to these meetings without feeling the fear of being ridiculed. And I just want to say that really angered me. I would never come here unless I saw that. So may I remind you what these meetings are for? To conduct respectful business. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have John Cobb. And John, you currently reside in Pasco still also, right?
Yes,
Right.
35 Solitaire Place.
Great, thank you.
In '85, when this facility was built, there were 242,000 people. This year, there's 680,000 people. By 2050, there's expected to be over 1 million people living there. And we're still stuck with this little facility that is so out of date. I mean, they got new helicopters, which were great. They were from the Vietnam era. I remember the mechanic before telling me where they had to send the parts, they had to weld metal on so many times to shave it down. They just couldn't do it anymore. I'm surprised the pilots can even go up at those speeds. I'd like to know if there's some way, instead of having a handful of men decide what happens with this facility, can it be put on the public ballot at all? I don't know how that works. I'm just throwing things out there. The sewers here are terrible. Vinny, I've seen him rotor them out. I don't know how many times. When he couldn't do it, he would have to have a place come in and do it, a professional plumber. The air conditioning is just terrible. At one time, probably about 5-6 years ago, in that office where Ogden and I were, somebody put a fan in the ductwork to make it blow out into that room, but they had to take it out because it violated code. Adrian's always got a fan on in her room, and most everybody else does here too. There's been so many bandages put on this air conditioning in this place. It's just ridiculous. I think before, about maybe 10 years ago, they finally went to city water. Before that, everything was well water. Mike and I, we had to go and get distilled water, jugs of it. I've gotten probably 10 or 20 jugs for Agna, to do experiments with. That's ridiculous. Even the reverse osmosis water they have in the lab, the tank is only big enough for like one at a time, and you gotta wait a couple hours and fill up the other one. Parking, you think you're at Countryside Mall. I mean, it's ridiculous the way it is here. I remember when I first started, Mike and I, we were in that office there, and he was out for some reason, but it started really blowing. And it was making so much noise on the roof. I actually thought the roof was gonna come off. I went outside, and then the secretary said, no, that's just the roof, making metal noises. I mean, everybody here that works here has heard it. It's just ridiculous, but something's gotta be done about this. In 25 years, there's gonna be over 1 million people in Pasco, and you guys are at this rinky-dink facility. I mean, to me, it's just a joke. When Adrian announced that she wanted to have this new campus, I mean, I was so excited, I said to myself, well, it's about damn time. I mean, this is, how can you conduct I don't wanna say business, but how can you conduct good work working out of a place like this? The garage, the mechanics are in the sun from sun up, till about maybe 1 or 2 o'clock. I mean, I've been in there before, you're sweating like crazy, you know, and trying to get the work done when the sun is beating down on you. They've got fans and everything on the ceiling and on the ground, but those don't do it.
John, we appreciate your comments, but your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Appreciate that viewpoint after being here for so many years.
21 years.
21.
I'll see you in the role.
We have Kathy Juliana.
Citizen. And as Michelle said, my address is on file multiple times. I just wanna read something off of the agenda to you guys that apparently you didn't read before last meeting. I tried to point it out to you during the meeting, but I was told I didn't have the option to say anything. Remarks should be directed to the board as a whole, as I am doing, not to individual board members, district staff, or members of the audience. You allowed somebody to come in here last time and say he was here to bully me. When I looked this gentleman up, there's some troubling things in his background. I think it was a unique choice to have him come in and do that. Courtesy and respect are expected at all times. Rude or disruptive behavior, personal attacks, abusive language, or statements questioning the integrity, motives, or characters of others are strictly prohibited. If you can follow that today, it would be nice.
Thank you for your comments. Lynn? Being known
Good
you're a
morning.
citizen in Holiday.
I live, yes,
Thank you. Go ahead.
5550 Front Drive, Holiday, Florida.
Okay.
I like to see the change, there's a podium, which we didn't have before. Also, just so you know, I had asked if the officer could sit in on the board meetings, and I see it has made a tremendous difference. I expected to come in here today and be attacked again, because I was threatened that I was going to be attacked, verbally attacked again. So, hopefully we can continue this path, and, taxpayers honesty, be graded. By the way, I have seen a few more of these by my mother's flowers, which is what I talked about last time. However, it's still really important for us to look into ways to, use more natural resources like bats and dragonflies, and encourage that, as a way and means to, cut down on the mosquitoes. I actually spent a little time in Tarpon Springs by the water this weekend. It was terrible. Now, being in Holiday, we're pretty close to Tarpon. But I was getting eaten alive standing outside, there's no doubt about it. I just try not to stand outside this time of year and get all bit up. But, so please still consider the nature of things and how things work naturally, and trying not to poison everybody, because that's how a lot of us do feel. And I feel that it's one of those things like poisoning the air, poisoning the water. We should have more of a choice in that. Somebody wants to spray their yard or whatever, I live in such a condensed area. And now with the, electric trucks, being so quiet, that's actually scarier for me, because I can hear them coming. And if I'm sitting on my back porch, I know I can go in. I mean, even my cats run in when they hear it and smell it. So, that's a fact. Alright, thank you, have a good day.
Janine, I have a question for you.
Yes, sure.
Have you signed up for the notification system?
No.
I'd encourage you to do that, cause it tells you when they're coming out.
Right, but
I signed
on
up,
a
and I have to say,
larger,
it was pretty
on a larger
impressive.
scale, you're still spraying regardless of whether I know about it or not. I do have a lot of fear of people that walk their animals at night and can't hear the trucks or don't know the trucks are going, and they literally get doused with poison. So, it's more of a natural, I have more of a natural aspect to this whole thing, not saying it needs to be completely cut off the board. I don't necessarily believe we should be spraying in areas where mosquitoes are supposed to live. You know, it's kind of a waste of chemical, waste of time, they're in the woods, nobody's out there getting eaten alive. You see what I'm saying? Like, I just think we need to take a slightly different approach instead of just poisoning everything. However, I've heard people complain, about like certain swamps and lakes near their house, and I know you put stuff in the water to deter that. much or how well or whatnot, but I just, being that I have ran for office and I'm running again, people do come to me about things, fortunately, unfortunately. Thank you.
Right, next up is David Wallace.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is David Wallace, 12131 Lacey Drive, Newport Richie, it's over in Moon Lake area.
Right.
First of all, thank you, three gentlemen, thank you for being public servants. The way that today's meeting is being conducted is exactly how all meetings should be conducted. I'm here today representing the Republican Liberty Caucus for the state of Florida. We're a political action organization who encourages people to participate in government. We go out and look for candidates, we try to educate and mentor them. But we also, we took the last year and a half, 2 years, teaching Robert's rules to all of our members. So that when they come to a board meeting, they can act professionally, and they can basically hold you guys accountable by using Robert's rules. So when the meeting gets out of order, they can say, point of order, or point of information, so that they can properly address the process. The reason I'm here today is because previous to today, there's been an excessive amount of lack of use of Robert's rules. The rule that was read prior to meetings for public comment, that rule has not been used or enforced by you three gentlemen. Throughout the last year and a half, 2 years that I've been paying attention to what's going on with this board, there's been some misconduct by you as commissioners during board meetings. Calling out personal vendettas against a political opponent is not appropriate for a business meeting. That's a personal, private issue, should be held offline. A lot of the information, and these people in this room are starting coming here and they're starting engaging you as the public, which my organization encourages them to do in a professional manner. The reason they're here is because they're trying to hold your core values, or hold you accountable to your core values. Your core values are imposed upon your employees. And let me tell you something, you have some very, very phenomenal talent working for you guys. You guys have a great public presence when you're out there. Your employees are representing your core values. So to the director, thank you for that. Unfortunately, they're not being led by people who are using these core values. When it comes to integrity or accountability or public service, you guys are all here, you all joined this process because you wanted to serve your public and do the good. Because there's not a lot of people that will do what you do. But when you're up there, I, as a taxpayer, expect you to represent me in a professional manner. And all I ask is that you take this as a constructive criticism. We thank you for your service. We just ask that you represent us in a little better standard by using your core values. That's all I got. Just thank you for your time and try to do better.
Thanks for your comments, David. Good. Is Joe here?
Yes.
Oh, there you are. Joe, why don't you come on, well, at least stand up, you don't have to come forward yet. But wanted to recognize Joe. Joe's receiving today the All-Star Award for quarterly. And he's a supervisor, assistant supervisor of Larvicide. He's supports his team well. He's gone above and beyond. He was voted upon from his peers to be selected today. He creates a positive work environment. He's always there to help anybody and everybody, and in a professional manner. He engages with citizens in the community, delivers excellent customer service, and is really growing in leadership, teamwork, and provides great service. So thank you very much, Joe. If you come on forward, and I will have Adrian present us to you.
All-Star employee, quarter two, 2025.
Thank you, Ms. Adrian.
Great job.
Thank you. Pleasure working for you. Nice.
Appreciate all your efforts. I think we would like to get a picture if we can with the board.
Hold this.
You, yes. Thank you. Commissioners, come on over.
Morning, good, how are you?
Congratulations.
Sorry.
Come on, you wanna go there? Why don't you come over
Wherever you
here?
want us.
Right here. Thank you.
Go in front of the helicopter or?
You're fine.
Come on, Adrian.
Okay. All right.
Same guy over here.
Director Rogers, where are
Well,
you?
I can get one with the
You
boys.
Come on,
sure?
Rick.
Come on.
Get over here.
Yes.
Chop, chop.
Stop.
A little tight over there.
Okay, that's perfect. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Good job. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Joe.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda today is we have a budget amendment. If you would just, Adrian, if you just let us know what that's all about.
Yes, the budget amendment number 4 for fiscal year 24-25, so our current operating year, is to move funds into our chemical budget line items. This, as a reminder, during the close of calendar year 24, we responded to, of course, 2 major category hurricanes. Prior to that, we had a tropical storm, and we had one of the most active arboviral seasons we've had to date. And so, because of all of that, we have exhausted the original budgeted allocation for chemicals. So this amendment will ensure that we have the required resources to continue effective mosquito control operation throughout the remainder of this fiscal year.
Okay. And there's, okay. Any comment on that, commissioners?
So the only, comment I have, so looking at this, you're adjusting the ad valorem income based on, what was it, the last amount of receipts of the year, or
The difference from what we had budgeted, yes. So it
budgeted
was-
to what we actually.
That's correct.
So that was an increase of 180,000, and then interest earnings was an increase of 150.
That's correct.
Okay, I'll move for approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay,
Go.
thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda is around, health insurance and, discuss some options, I understand, since, that industry keeps bumping the rates up on us. So we have Paul Steele on the line with us today, right, Paul?
Yes, Mr. Paul
Is our
Steele
broker?
with Advocate Consulting Group is joining us virtually today for the discussion. Can he hear us? He
I
will-
can, good.
Great, thanks for joining us, Paul. If you want to go ahead and present the recommendations for our health insurance coverage options for fiscal year 2025-2026, including plan details, cost considerations, and any changes from our current year. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is a new experience for me. I've never been involved in one of these quorums, but I can tell you, budgeting has been on the forefront of concerns. As a Pasco County resident myself and homeowner my entire life, I really enjoy seeing that the culture at Pasco County Mosquito Control has been an advocate for me as a taxpayer, so thank you very much. I'm pleased to present the employee benefits for 2025 that reflected recommendations from the staff feedback, market trends, and continued commitment on the well-being of the employees that are servicing Pasco County. I want to give a special thank you for Jose, Adrian, and Lindsay for their valued input and their support through the entire process. They've been working on this for about 180 days before today's presentation. And we welcome your feedback as we finalize the package. So I'm going to go ahead and share our screen. see that, my screen here?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. So, we went out to the entire market, and what we found was, that Cigna and Aetna's quotes came back unfavorable. So we can supply all the open market bids here in the state of Florida for all those that are interested, and the supporting documentation of those market bids. We are currently with Florida Blue. United Healthcare did provide a competitive bid. However, the lateral move had opportunity costs, with the EDI fees, along with provider change, and as well as, increased cost in payroll, navigator, and carrier, seamless administration. So when we factored that in, it was unaffordable as well. It's great to see the ownership and the management team at Pasco County Mosquito Control looked at their last year budget, which was a total annual cost of $753,768.24. You guys were right, you hit the nail on the head. The market costs for employee benefits are constantly rising. So the renewal increase that we had was right around 70%, depending on employer contribution, employee contribution, and combined contribution. The good news is that Jose, Adrian, and Lindsay discussed what can we do in getting competitive bids throughout the entire market. So Advocate went to Blue Cross, United, Cigna, Aetna, as well as level funded and ASO markets. With that competitive data, we were able to strip out 30% of that increase based on market trend, bringing it down to 39% relative to whatever the contribution is, employer, employee, and combined. I had a meeting with Jose. It was a great meeting. He's a welcome addition to Pasco County Mosquito Control. He said, Paul, I'd love to think outside the box, because I want to be not only a good steward of the employee benefits, but also a good steward of you as a taxpayer and the other taxpayers here in Pasco County. So what we did is we looked at alternative funding, HSA and HRA plans. Uniquely regarding the HSA platform through Florida Blue, we were able to bring the increases for the employer from again 70% all the way down to a negative 5.24 on employer contributions, employee contributions down 100%, and combined about 15.09%, which dropped the annual savings by off of a renewal and negotiated another $324,000. And that's unheard of, to have a culture of ownership that, you know, has to focus on well-being of the employees that are out there stewarding the Pasco County for the services they provide, but more importantly, their whole focus was to be stewards of every dollar spent in regards to their budgeting on their plan designs. And so what does that mean to the not only taxpayer but to the employees? If we were to just bite off on the renewal increase, that would have been an additional $520,000, as you can see here on the spreadsheet, at the 69% plus. With the negotiations, we were able to bring that budgeting down and cut it almost to $295,000. But with the alternate funding, Florida Blue is actually filing, as we speak, a unique option, which is a health reimbursement account. And then you'll start to see the red figures in the accounting summary to what we always like to see as an employer group, but rarely you see in the insurance industry, where you start to see red turn to black, which are savings in regards to plan design. So I want to thank, again, not being used to this kind of quorum, I want to thank the partnership between Advocate and Pasco County Mosquito Control, but more importantly, as a taxpayer, I love seeing the initiative culturally to think outside the box. So I want to say thank you for everybody participating in this, but I think a pat on the back to Jose, Lindsay, and Adrian for going the extra mile for us taxpayers. So thank you very much, and I'll leave that open to any questions that you may have.
So I've got a couple questions. Paul, are you able to hear me?
I am, yes, sir.
Okay. So this is Michael Cox. So could you explain what the difference as far as the administration of the plan is? So it's my understanding this is basically a high deductible plan at its core?
That's exactly correct. So we're moving and we're staying with Florida Blue. And what we've done is we've been able to bundle benefits by giving the ancillary lines an additional 7.38% off the medical. We shifted from a Blue Options, Blue Care to a Florida Blue Care, which also takes away some of the out-of-network expense increase on the provider network. So those are additional savings. And then the high deductible healthcare plan is a way of, again, increasing deductible and max out of pocket, and then funding that through either an HSA or an HRA option.
So what changes to benefits will the employees see, if any? Or in coverage?
It's a great question. So ultimately, the board and the ownership at Pasco County Mosquito Control have to decide on the funding mechanism to offset any of the employee costs. And we've sent over those illustrations to Jose, Adrian, and Lindsay for your review.
Who's the best on staff to review the changes, the proposed changes?
So they're here in your packet and in the budget.
Okay.
You need to go through them.
Well, I guess what I'd like to hear is how you all propose that we fund them.
So do you wanna look at the budget now then? Or?
Yeah, let's do that. We're on the subject, so let's do that. Randy, before we get started, do you have any other comments for Paul? I mean, it's not closed out, but.
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Is everyone on their budget? Is everyone looking at their budget?
Well, I mean, I'm trying to focus on the health care stuff, cause I personally don't wanna get diverted off on other budget items. I mean, it just seems to me like, so, if I understand this correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, healthcare is not my strong suit, in fact. I understand it to the point that, I get disgusted with it, because I have to deal with it in my own business. But, so if I understand this correctly, by switching to the high deductible option, we realize a significant savings, but then in order to basically make the coverage neutral from what we currently have, or what the employees currently have, to what they will have under this, the funding of the HSA, or to cover the difference, if you will, would be made up by the district. Is that correct?
That's correct, so
Okay, so I understand that.
okay.
So it's basically neutral, but at the end of the day, it's a pretty significant savings for us.
Correct. I just wanna make sure it's HRA, not HSA.
I'm sorry, HRA, okay. So, in using the HRA, the employees can't fund an HSA.
Correct, so
Okay.
the main difference between the HRA and the HSA is that HSA stays with the employee and HRA stays with the district.
Okay.
It'll show the savings long term.
Okay, so HRA will then over time build up.
Correct, and would minimize the expense next year based on whatever's left over unused.
Okay, so if things basically go the way they have in the past with the healthcare experience, so you're predicting that subsequent years, we will have increases in the HRA bucket, if you will.
So the HRA bucket is covering the total max out of pocket for the employees. So that is not going to change as much as the actual premium cost per employee.
Right. But what you're assuming is that every covered employee has a maximum out of pocket,
Correct.
which is, that the likelihood of that happening is probably slim to none and slim just left town, right?
Correct. So that's what we're counting on, is that we're fully funding maximum exposure at the rates that currently are at 6,800 per employee, 13,100 per employee and family. We're maxing that coverage out now this year, with the understanding that usually claims are 25 to 35%, and Paul can help you with that number. But naturally, there's going to be, not everybody's going to be maxing out every year, so that money left over is going to contribute next year's budget.
From a long-term fiscal standpoint, the HRA would, whatever's left in the HRA would offset the premium for next year.
Yeah, right, I completely understand where this is heading. So for current year, you're looking at actually a reduction
On the premium side,
on the
yes.
premium side.
Correct. Now, when we take into account the funding, it becomes a little bit more expensive, but.
A lot less expensive than what it was gonna be.
Correct,
Well-
that's what we can lose track of, is that, yes, we're creating another item budget line, but it's going to be significantly less than if we had just renewed the current plan that we have.
Right,
I just wanna say, commend you all for going down this road and coming up with this option, and, thank you to Paul for the help there with this. I mean, this seems like a very good option for us, and I appreciate the ability to have it.
This approach would allow us to maintain the comprehensive coverage that we have, that we offer as a benefit to the employees, without significantly increasing that budget line. And additionally, by replacing the line item for wellness funding, it's even more of a reduction. So I echo your statements, Commissioner Cox. Paul, if you're still on the line, you can hear me. We really appreciate the effort from you and your team in thinking outside of the box and bringing us alternate solutions. And we feel that this is a way to maintain, again, that comprehensive coverage that we have for the benefit of the employee, but also in the long term, from a financial standpoint for the district, it's also going to see reduction from anything that's in that HRA will be used to offset the premiums for next year. So for the district, it's also a significant benefit because, looking at the increase to $1.2 million, I mean, that's what we were looking at for this year. So I think it's a great solution for us to maintain the level of benefit that we have and that we offer for the employee, and then also over time, be even cheaper for the district.
Thank you, Adrian, thank you, Jose, and thank you, board. It's been a pleasure working with your team in a collaboration, and it's also been a pleasure to see all the hard work that you're putting in, not only for the employees, but us as taxpayers, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
So are you looking for a
this is certainly information, but because it's a complete shift in the type of plan that we have traditionally offered through the district, I would like for your guidance to continue to move it forward. I think there's some, final negotiation that Paul and his team have to do, so we're not finalized yet. But if it is the will of the board to move forward with this, then we'll continue to have Paul and his team work on finalization for our budget hearings in September.
Yeah, I think it's great.
Yeah, I'll move for approval.
Okay. So, so your motion is to,
To have the staff, work with, Paul Steele to move forward with the, HRA option for health insurance.
okay,
And just on our comment, it's sort of, you don't normally get good news during budget season, so it's a little good thing there, so I'm glad to see that. And thank you again.
okay, so call for a vote on this, all in favor?
Aye.
Point of order, never got a second, Mr. Chair.
You might wanna check
So-
your Robert's Rule of Orders.
So
if you have
we
a small
adopted
board.
the small meeting rules, if you check Robert rules,
That
it
clarifies
doesn't
it.
require it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're good.
Thank you very much.
Uh-huh. Okay, next up, we have offers on our Gowers Corner property. We have Dewey joining us, is, Dewey Mitchell, owner and broker, is co-worker coming, or showing up?
She'll be here about 10 or 15 minutes.
Okay. Well, she's important to this, so let's give her the chance to get her in a few minutes then. And let's move on to, safety concerns. I see that we've got legal counsel, is she with us today?
She is,
Oh.
and at our last meeting, the board tasked
Can you
district.
talk up a little bit so everybody can hear you too?
Yes,
Thank you.
at our last board meeting, the board tasked district council with pursuing appropriate action related to employee safety concerns, and online cyber harassment, bullying of district staff, their families, and of course myself. So I would like to provide you an update with that. Laura, Ms. Tomlinson, are you on the line? Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and
Yes.
clear, yes.
Perfect.
Perfect, okay, sorry. I didn't think that you wanted to see my, large face behind you during this entire meeting, so I've been on, but just not had my camera on until now. So following the last meeting, a couple of things happened. One, I spoke with law enforcement I'm on here twice now. I spoke with law enforcement to, discuss how best to approach this issue related to both concerns that the board has for the executive director's safety as well as the, safety of the staff. This became even more important following, some very disturbing phone messages that the district received. And so, based on that conversation, Adrian, drafted a letter to the, both the Hernando Sheriff's Office as well as the Pasco County Sheriff's Office that laid out concerns and activities within both, within the respective counties. Those have been submitted, and I believe that and now that there's an investigation going on, and I do know that Pasco County Sheriff's Office has spoken to Adrian regarding the concerns. In addition, Adrian and I went through to discuss about the importance of having the deputy during the board meetings, camera, the front door being locked. The district has an obligation to ensure that its employees are safe, and I'm proud to announce that the district has, because of issues that have occurred over the last year, has taken steps to secure the building and to provide protection as it relates to the the phone messages, based on conversations that Adrian and I had and others at the district, we limited, the spraying in that one area until the Pasco County could investigate, the concerns. So that's it. So the good news is the district has taken some steps, to provide protection, to address these concerns, and also have filed complaints with the appropriate sheriff's department so that it's on record that there are some concerns about safety for our, the district's employees.
So there is no action needed on our behalf, just a report of what's happening, so we're sort of in a holding period until after those investigations are completed?
Correct. Yeah, the good news, Commissioner Cox, is because the district has already implemented things like the front door is locked, having the deputy, if not, I would have come back to the board and asked for those things to be implemented.
Let me ask you this, Laura, if, as I've run into it the last several years, if something comes through the internet and the local jurisdiction, such as Pasco Sheriff's Department, says that's out of our jurisdiction, which agency should we be working with? Is that the FBI, or who should we be seeking out for, internet-related threats?
I think, I don't know the answer to that. My suggestion would be we would talk to the sheriff's office. If they come back and say, we can't help you, what I found is that they are very helpful, and they will provide us in the correct direction on who to contact.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
I think regardless of the outcomes, as we're awaiting further direction from the sheriff's office, again, I just wanna reiterate that, we're not just waiting by passively. The district has implemented multiple measures to help protect district staff. Ms. Donaldson referenced a couple of them, keeping the district's public entrance at the facility locked at all times, the main gate to the campus closed when not in use. These are precautions that were not in place prior to two years ago. And so that's certainly an added step. Starting in April of 2023, the board began retaining sheriff's deputies for, at the time it was our open house, that was really the start of it. So any major public event that we've held here for open house, as well as our monthly board meetings, here at the district campus in 2024, we expanded staff safety training, to include active shooter preparedness as an example, and just more recently, situational awareness guidelines. In the past, we had dash cameras in our ULV trucks, really to look for any incidents, but since that time in the last year, if you recall in this year's budget, you all approved the motive system, camera system for all of our field vehicles, which has forward-facing cameras. It sends notifications and alerts to supervisors. So these are all active additional measures that we've implemented to try to keep our staff safe and in the interest of these ongoing concerns. We try to keep this a professional place to work for our employees, and the issues that we've had, especially online, while they may not rise to the level of criminal offense, it's a very real emotional and psychological concern for the staff. And so I appreciate the board's recognition of that and interest in trying to ensure that we're doing everything that we can to protect our staff. So thank you for your leadership in that. And because we did briefly mention, I want to circle back to the issue, the more serious issue, the more recent threat that was made to our ULV drivers on August 1st. Right after, just 3 short weeks after the meeting in which the board expressed deep concerns over what was happening with the cyberbullying and online intimidation, the threat that not necessarily someone affiliated with the individuals who were doing this, but someone that may be just seeing the information that's been put out there, could potentially act maliciously toward district personnel, and this particular incident reflects an escalation into what we were seeing from that online, and that type of behavior. So just 3 weeks after you raised the concern, we had this threat called in, and so the escalation of hostility towards our staff, and potential for these threats to materialize into acts of violence, you know, this is a prime example of that. Just weeks after you expressed the concerns at the last board meeting, and so we are currently waiting for the detective to get back to us. They are investigating that issue in particular, trying to make connection with the individual who placed the calls. And so I will update you when we have additional information.
Okay.
Well, I appreciate that. The phone messages were pretty disturbing, and I, for one, believe that, you know, a lot of this, false narrative that's constantly being put out online, is related to that. You know, there used to be a time where there was more truth in what was reported. Maybe then, you know, journalism didn't get it correct 100% of the time, but there's some sort of guardrails for some of that, and that seems like when you go online, there are no guardrails. People can say and do anything there that could result in waking up some wacko that does something crazy to people. May not be, you know, the person who's actually putting that stuff out online, but I think there's a correlation between some of that stuff, and you know, we're trying to be as proactive as we can to address it. So I just want to say we need to continue to go down this road.
Agreed. Okay, thank you, Laura. Anything else you have related today?
No, I'm just gonna be here in case questions come up related to the other issues on the agenda.
Okay, great. Thank you for hanging in there. Good. So let's move on to the next item on the agenda, which is budget discussion, budget draft discussion. And Adrian, you take the lead on that?
Yes. At our last meeting, the board unanimously preliminarily adopted the rollback rate, millage rate of 0.2128, and that rate represents a 5.08% reduction below our current millage, which results in approximately $800,000 less in projected revenue for the fiscal year 2025-26. Beyond that, the board asked us to evaluate the possibility of reducing the millage even further. I want to thank our leadership team for taking this direction very seriously. Now, we continuously, the district staff are very conscious of costs, and I mean, that was even highlighted in independent audits that we have. The OPAGA report, for example, specifically concluded that PCMCD is very resourceful in looking around and trying to get the best value and the least expensive price for just everyday purchasing. So finding additional monies to even further reduce the budget was not a small task. So thank you to my leadership team for your efforts and really looking to see the implemented changes that we're proposing to get us to the rate that you see in your packet there. Being able to implement those, I think just thank you for again, your due diligence and really looking at anything that's not mission critical. And that's the approach that we've taken. And over the last couple of years, especially with our current finance director on board, our budget forecasting and just overall budgeting has really taken, many of the more traditional cost saving methodologies when budgeting into consideration already. And so, our forecasting is not a gross overestimation as it had been many years ago. So our leadership team and I were just working very closely to try to reduce that gap and look at actual operating expenses and use that for forecasting to be more accurate. And what we've come up with is really just focusing on areas that are not mission critical, essential to our core function. While they're great enhancements to what we do, what you see there in front of you as the proposed line items that were reduced to get to the millage rate in your packet represents an 8% reduction below current rate. And that equates to $1.38 million reduction in operational expenses compared to this current fiscal year. So the rate being 0.2064. So overall, that's a $1.6 million reduction from the first draft that we presented to you. So this is a significant adjustment, and again, it just reflects my staff and my commitment to being responsive to the board's requests and the taxpayers, while still safeguarding the core services that we are able to provide and that our residents rely on us to provide. With all of that being said, I want to be clear that any reduction beyond this point would begin to impact operations in a way that really compromises that core mission and the overall effectiveness of a landscape patrol operation and protection of public health, and I very strongly recommend we do not do that. So with all of that, if my finance director would like to go through the line items that got us to the reduction that you see here, we can go through them line by line. I will ask that you hold any comments or questions until the end of the list, because I do want you to see all of the items in totality and really focus on, again, looking at things that are not mission critical to mosquito control and protection of public health. While a lot of them supplement that in very positive ways, and that's why we were doing them anyways, I would really like for you to see the entire picture before we go through and look at each item. So with that, Jose, wanna go through?
So what I'm gonna do is to each, I'm gonna go down the numbers and then let you know which GL number we're speaking of and what the reduction was. The first one is on 10.12.1, which is direct employees. We remove one of the mosquito control techs, which saved us $37,400. 10.12.2, we are removing the records request specialist, which allowed us to take $38,400 off the budget. 10.15.0, special pay, we are removing a retention allowance that we have budgeted. That's $16,800. The health, as we discussed, 20.23.1 is a reduction of $175,327. We are increasing 20.23.4 by $307,000, and that's the HRA portion of it. Benefits, just with the reduction or with the elimination of the 2 employees, is gonna save us about $13,600 on taxes, health insurance, and things like that. 30.31.2, the tax collector fee, recalculated that based on the new millage rate and the new ad valorem, so it saved us $104,000. Legal and engineering, 30.31.3, 30.31.6, the lobbyist service, we have that removed completely, saving of $54,000. 30.34.1, office cleaning, we are, limiting the Cintas to come here every 2 weeks versus 1 week, that's gonna save us 1,200. The AAU, UAS contractor services, which is the drone pilot, we're eliminating half of the year at 10,400. Bank service fees, we're estimating $350 a month versus the original 500, which is an $1,800 savings. Aviation contracts, we have removed entirely from our budget, 2,100 there. Prior to this meeting, we were recommending, removing the security personnel from these meetings, the savings of 3,000, but given new information, we might reconsider that. IT, we're going to save $1,675 by removing unused Adobe licenses that we currently have. Meals on the travel per diem, 40.1.02. I put in a $2,000 reduction, and that would be a change of policy also, but that will be there. 40.2.03, the hotels, we are going to reduce it by $10,000, with just less attendees. 40.2.04, transportation, we're reducing that $400. 41.0.04, telecom and data services, we added another 7,500 that, we missed on the first time around the budget, so the total increased by 7,500. 42.0.02, freight services, we reduced it by $660, and we're just gonna have to do better job ordering. 48.0.05, employee retentions, so we're gonna limit our activity on that and be able to reduce to $200. We are canceling the SIT project, and that is going to reduce our 49.0.0 by $500,000. 50.51.2, computer equipment, we are cutting down our peripherals in half, and we're budgeting for 2 new computers, even, though it was recommended to change 8 of them. The chemicals, I'm just gonna give you the total number, because there was a lot of changes that needed to happen, but our total budget cut for 50.52.2 is $480,818. The clothing allowance, 52.3.01, we reduced it by 4,450. And again, once we get to the end, if you have questions as to how we accomplish that, then I'll be happy to answer those. Dry ice, 52.4.03, we reduced it by $2,300. Local memberships, 54.0.05, reduced by 1,300. 55.0.10, IT proficiency training, we reduced that by 700. 60.62.1, the capital improvement, we removed 60,000 of the budget. Then 60.64.0, we eliminated any new vehicle purchases this year. I don't have the total here, but it's 340,000 on new vehicle equipment. And that's how we managed to reduce the budget by $1,573,000.
Adrian, it looks like, we're reducing or eliminating map vision, is that correct?
What line item are you looking at?
I saw it earlier. Maybe it was one of the other ones.
We will not be eliminating that vision, no,
Okay.
that is not the intent,
Yeah,
so if you can point me to where you're referencing.
look like it's, helping our effectiveness.
So if I may, what you're looking at is on the budget number 3, line item 30.35.5, as a line across, it shows zero balances. Now we're eliminating, we're putting different GL categories on that. So
Okay.
all of that is going to the IT because we just had it too many, so it's
Okay.
combined into one
All right.
bigger category.
Yeah, I don't see it on the one that just handed me, but the previous one.
The Tide Monitor Station, was that out at, on the Gulf of Mexico at, Port Ritchie Park? Is that gone?
No, that's still there.
They're adding it down into.
So as we've talked with the earlier iterations of the budget draft,
Uh-huh.
again, this year, just like the last couple of years, we've been more fine tuning the descriptions of each of the line items. So some of them, they're not gone, that cost is now in subscriptions,
Okay.
because that's more aptly describing what it is.
All right.
And this is following the DAX guidelines for the budget, the overall budget categories.
Okay. Okay, so you're wrapped up, is it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna do a 5-minute recess, and we'll see you back in 5 minutes.
Then maybe we can do to our dignitaries there.
I just sort of.
I had a question for you. I think one of the reasons right here is this is supposed to be a gun freeze. But we need tools or guidance to ensure that everything is resolved. Just look at the state statute that it says that it's the state statute that says we're not supposed to government units.
Remember Renee,
You're on the line, Deputy Chris Gibbons, and you're, have you been given any guidance at all? Has anybody approached that subject? What it is I'm lobbying for a change in the law to define the term adequate security.
Are you shutting it down?
So
No, I'm
this
just
issue
setting
is
it, I
resolved
didn't have
because
time to
it's even
set
the
it up, cause I was
Capitol
late
building
getting
where
here, cause I had to
got,
go pick
Capitol
somebody up.
Police, or I'm sorry, Sergeant at Arms to make sure nobody goes in here to meetings. They don't have wands either, so
No.
you're not alone in this, but.
Actually, what happened was, at the same time as I left last time to pick you up, but school. Do you know how many school zones I get? That's what, it takes 40 minutes. Yeah, that's my point.
Okay. Alright, it's just, I'm lobbying for that, just wanted to get some on the ground input of my efforts, so.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Because he's David.
No,
David's.
because I'm trying to build bridges, not destroy them. So, you did very good, you did very good. But you have to hold them accountable, but you gotta understand it.
Where's your office?
Yeah, that's me campaigning.
Okay.
When I heard that the dude that said he was gonna talk her with the 2 records of domestic violence, it kind of. That's not really your issue.
It's all dependent on the size of the project.
I know.
Smaller, smaller commissioners.
It's amazing how much money they can save, huh?
They look at it, it's a lot of money.
Prices are starting to go down. A new house for less than Yeah. We are gonna get one. We're gonna be teammates.
Oh, okay. All right, good.
I need a lot of flare pants.
That's what I was thinking.
Well, it's in style.
Well,
find, I wonder if I left my car unlocked, because I don't see my key.
I don't know how to unlock it, so this is gonna be, I couldn't even open the door.
Walk up to it, it'll unlock. Okay, good.
I love these smart things. It's amazing how much money you can save when you travel. It's crazy how they wanna hold on to their income.
So, what is your position? You're not the guy that usually does it.
No, he's on vacation, so I'm just filling in for him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Vacation. My daughter was saying,
Graduation.
I feel like
cool is that?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
My son was thinking about going in the Navy, but then he wants to be a pilot, he wants to fly off the boats. And after the bombings in Iran, he's like, yeah, but I want to go back, because I think hitting men, that they kill people just to do that. His job would be to kill people.
Oh, that's awesome.
He gets shot too, so.
Yes, so instead he's just gonna continue flying charter. I don't know, so unless he has some crazy person.
Brought in. Yeah.
Nothing. Obviously not related to me, because I'm not what I would have been until today.
So, yeah.
I don't know that I don't know, it's scary, but I do. It happens to all of us, unfortunately. And we have the same security at our building, every door is locked. Because you're so nice, you're nice. I'm not perceived as nice, so I think that's.
Just a one day, it's a 4-hour thing, just.
But, you know, I feel for them on that. That's a lot of process on our building. It's just great to have that lot. But I love having it, except when it rains a lot and then the door doesn't close. So for that. The door, like, something happens and it gets too tight and it won't close. So. It's just annoying, but I just close it. So where do you usually work? What area of the county?
Hudson,
Oh,
but I live over here.
so you patrol Hudson. My office is in Hudson.
Is it?
We haven't had to call you guys in a while, though. We put up a fence to keep the homeless people off our property.
Where in
Worked real
Hudson?
well. Our building is just north of Denton Avenue.
Oh, that area.
It's a very nondescript building, but it used to have a unsavory business located in it, and it's been gone for many years, because when we bought it, it was closed for 7 years, and we've been there 4,
Okay.
but they still think we're a bordello.
You know, I hear about that all the time. Businesses are not there forever and people still keep coming back.
Well, we,
Something.
yeah, but it is funny, like, because a few times we've had to call the police because there's been people, like, starting fires on our property or things like that. They'll show up in force, like 4 police cars.
Oh, wow.
But, like I said, we haven't had a problem since we put up the fence.
Good.
They don't
Oh,
jump
yeah.
in. But yeah, no, it is interesting. But the advantage of buying a building like that is we paid about half what it was worth.
I mean, you win some, you lose some. I mean.
And, you know, it keeps some people away. Some people won't come there.
Yeah.
Because, so if somebody is coming that I want to come, I always tell them, I say, don't believe the Google pictures, because those are impossible to change.
Seriously? Oh, that would make me
Make them
mad.
go away. It says girls, 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 right across the front of our building.
Yeah, that was a Gary.
And on the Google app.
Gary
What
Yeah.
business is it?
did a fundraiser.
It was called Festivals of Dawn.
I was there around that
Is
time. I was there
there
for the
now white,
unveiling.
a big white fence around it or no?
That.
How much I didn't take that.
It's a very nondescript building.
Yeah.
You have those pictures, Michelle?
I mean, if you go on Google Maps, you see it.
Yeah, it's on Google Maps. I mean, I thought when the Google trucks came by, it would go away.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
And the other thing you can't take down is other people's Facebook pages.
The problem the reason they won't change it is
Oh.
because this is the road that they filmed the old one,
Yeah.
but they filmed the new one on the main
So if you go on the main road, it's the new building.
Okay.
So,
Can't
and it's
block that.
impossible to contact Google, so.
Right.
Yeah.
What can you do? I'm glad that there hasn't been.
Well, every once in a while, people show up to tell me that they used to come here, like, you're back.
Must have lost him again.
Yeah.
It's nothing like that. It's only got one door with a window in the front. We have all, like what you were saying, all locking doors, everything's locks. And I have cameras everywhere, outside the building. So if you're going patrolling, I think you need a nice clean down room. Or a cold drink.
Like gas station bathrooms and anywhere you could find.
All right, we'll reconvene the board meeting and get back onto the, budget draft, budget review.
So, Mr. Chairman, could we put pause on this, cause I know I have quite a few comments on this.
Okay.
And go back to, item D under new business, review offers for surplus property.
We sure
Don't
can.
mind about that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
That's what we'll do.
You're welcome.
Okay, so, good to see some smiles out there. Especially with what you're bringing us. So, item on the agenda here is the offers that you're bringing forward on, the Gowers Corner property, surplus property. And before we get underway, I say that's a pretty amazing marketing work that you all did. You, certainly have brought us a lot of good offers, and that's just really great in such a short time. Our expectations weren't that good on you, but I guess we'll have to raise the bar.
My
now.
expectations were, I had zero doubt that they would come through.
No, well, they were always good, but, well, that's something to do that. So, why don't we just let you all, or Dewey or Renee, whoever wants to present what we have at this point in time, and then we'll come back around with questions. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, so as you know, we were retained to go out and solicit offers on the excess property on US 41, and, which we did, and, you know, we can get into where we went to marketing it if you would like. But we ended up getting several different letters of intent. All of them are from credible developers and or users. A couple of them, one of them contemplates a little bit of an unusual scenario where you would be doing a leaseback, and that is one of the industrial and business park developers. There's another one that contemplates utilizing it for a commercial and industrial use, and the rest of them contemplate some type of residential development. So, some single family, some multifamily, some combination of both. So, we were asked to rank them, and Renee will speak to that a little bit. Again, it's kind of hard for us to rank, not knowing exactly, you know, what you want, in the way of a final user. You know, I know that on one hand, you want the highest price you can get. On the other hand, I don't know, I think, you may consider the use very important as well. And, so that's, with that information, we went ahead and ranked them, and Renee would speak to each one of them if you would like for us to do that. So.
Well, I called Adrian to ask her how we wanted to rank these, and what we did is we put the industrial, entity that contemplates the lease back first, that way, cause it's just a different, offer altogether. If you guys do not occupy space, their offer goes away. And then from there, we ranked them by price, and for the entities that were at the same price, then we put the one with the least amount of days.
If you look at the total days column, that is your worst case scenario. So there are offers that have a certain amount of days, some, extensions built in, and so we basically took it through the whole process. Worst case scenario, this is the amount of days you're looking at. And then we basically just gave you the deal points of the offers, the amount of inspection time, we brought it out, so that what that, total days, it's broken down in each of the columns, so you'll see where we got that number from. So I don't know if you want us to go deal by deal. I mean, there's a couple of the, letter of intents had confidentiality, clauses in them. I don't know how that works in an open forum. So I don't, you tell me what you guys want me to do.
Okay, well, it's a good question for Laura. You there, Laura?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
So.
right, yeah, you heard the question, right?
Yeah, yes, of course. So, confidentiality, it's public record. If there is an exemption as it relates to like business and trade secrets, but it would have to be marked in the rest of the document. So my suggestion would be to discuss the main points the district is going to have to approve. These points will be incorporated into a sales agreement, which the board's going to approve. And so it is slightly different than when you're working with private parties. I mean, these documents are public records.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So do you guys wanna go project, buyer by buyer, or do you have specific questions for the, different offers?
Well, as to all objections, I don't think we need to go buyer by buyer. We've had sufficient time to review these offers. I do think we should probably focus on the top three. Is that what you all are thinking?
Yes, I mean,
Okay.
that's what I was thinking. There is, so if I'm looking at, numbers, so if number 7, because it's bigger lot sizes, that is somewhat appealing to me. I think that I've said this multiple times, and I guess I'll just say it again. The last thing I wanna see out there are more apartments, more storage units, or more damn car washes, right? So, to me, those are like no starters. The high density residential is not appealing to me at all. I feel like this county's got way too much of that. I have fielded several phone calls from attorneys that would probably end up representing, some of whoever we entered into an agreement with. And, one conversation started out by saying, I have a feeling you're not very receptive to residential. And because, my days on the county commission, I was not very receptive to it back then, and I'm still not receptive. So, as I stated earlier, I'm hoping that the sale of this property can add to more of the industrial, commercial, job-creating things that we need in this county. So obviously, the number 1 there from St. John's property is very appealing to me, but there are some things in the offer that, that need to be negotiated, quite frankly. I think that it needs to be negotiated, and then we can make a more educated decision about that. So, I would like to see us maybe break this down to 3, and then start some negotiations back and forth. I do have a question though for you. So the ones that say just purpose of use when it says residential, is there any further definition as to what that is?
say residential, they did not expand on what they plan to do. I think they will be doing market studies and that kind of thing. I think if you don't want apartments, you can limit them on that aspect but other than that, I think it's just.
Yeah, I think their diligence would, determine for them.
Yeah.
Would be best for what they want to do, but they all have experience all the way from single family, large lot to multifamily, so.
You know, these little 40-foot lots with a 20-foot driveway. I'm over them, so that's just me.
Is,
Yeah.
if I can ask a question relative to number one, does contemplate a leaseback, is that a scenario that would be considered? Because if the leaseback is not part of the deal, they're out. So
Right.
we would eliminate them as one of the users.
So from my standpoint, I think it's an option that we need to explore more, okay? I'm not 100% there on that, because like I said, some of the terms I think need to be negotiated on that. But if you think about what a leaseback would do is, first and foremost, it sells the property. So the property is sold, in this case, $3.5 million comes back into the taxpayers' coffers. It also puts that piece of property onto the tax rolls, so it's a productive piece of property. It also creates jobs in the area of the county that needs it, so it's a job creating mechanism for that. And it would also allow the sale of this piece of property, which will also put it back onto the tax rolls. And again, money into the district's coffers, which would result, in my opinion, reduced tax rates. So there's a lot of things appealing about that offer. Obviously, we need to vet that offer a lot more. But to me, I think it's a viable option. At this point, we don't know what the final deal looks like at this point.
If I may, Chairman.
Sure.
I want to remind the board that, when you all committed to selling the property, the number one concern was we wanted to get the most amount of money for the property that we could, so that we would continue to be good stewards of taxpayer money. And because of the amount of money that was spent, not only the purchase price, but the professional services that we put forward pursuing that project, the main concern is to get the highest amount of money in a purchase price. And I think that's your role, respectively. So I think that really needs to be a very big consideration in how you're determining which one to move forward.
So I think that's one aspect of it, and I truly agree with you on that. That is one aspect of the decision, but I don't think it's the only aspect of the decision, because at the end of the day, if what is built out there are a bunch of, very small lots, with lots of homes on there, that doesn't add a lot of benefit to Pasco County. On the other side of the coin, if you have people going to work out there, generating jobs, that is a benefit to the county. You don't have, with industrial and commercial space, you don't have the homestead exemptions, you don't have the demand for service. If you wanna talk about that, just have a conversation with the sheriff. Every time he reads that, there's another 500 homes being built, that's more deputies. We're glad to give deputies jobs, but it's a strain on public service. and compare that to the benefits of the industrial and commercial, it outweighs it 100 times over. So, looking at the whole picture is, in my mind, a better way of going.
All right, thank you. What's most important to me is, of course, price. The second item is the most skin in the game, meaning that I wanna see whatever we go with is gonna stick. And that brings into the least amount of variables.
Right.
So where I'm gonna head with this is we have the discussion, I'd like to see money become, at least 2% escrow becoming non-refundable within 120 days. Now, that's my thoughts, not the board's, but, maybe we'll get there. So that's what's important. How about you, Randy? What kind of opening thoughts do you have on that?
Well, I've given this a lot of prayerful consideration. All three of us were elected by the citizens of Pasco County. All three of us were elected with the citizens knowing that we plan to build this new facility out there. And we've had 2 executive directors, past and present, 5 board members, past and present, all pushing for us to build at this new facility. We've had an OPAGA review that said that we're fiscally responsible. The OPAGA review also said we needed to expand to meet the needs of Pasco County. And we've had people talk about how we're growing and will be 1 million population. This new facility would be like buying a pickup truck, but due to politics, it's like we're putting a luggage rack on a Volkswagen Beetle. It doesn't cut it. We've spent years, thousands of employee hours, trying to work on this new facility and get it done. We were supposedly already gonna be breaking ground today, or this year, I should say. We've got architectural, we spent millions on this property. The employee hours, everything. This place does not meet our needs. So I went and consulted AI, it's approximately 17 million to do to this property what needs to be done to put it up where we're supposed to be with the 41 acre property. So I know I had 3 opponents in the last election that were against us building this new property. I was the only one I won. Mr. Cox had an opponent, and he defeated them too. So to me, I've got 27 years as a Coast Guard officer and special agent in public service. To me, public safety and security is paramount. And we're allowing someone that's never even stepped foot on this property to dictate to us that you either do that or, sell this property, or we're gonna turn you over to the county. I don't like being held hostage. And I, for one, am not for selling this property. And I make a motion that we rescind the surplus property and continue on.
Randy, I hear what you're saying, but, and I respect you greatly. I'm not gonna support that motion. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I
expect
hear
it.
your passion.
Yep.
And I agree with a lot of what you said. But I have to tell you that, so I've met with St. John's Properties. I asked Dewey and Renee to set up a meeting because I really wanted to hear more about what they do. And from a standpoint of how they approach the development, and they keep everything in their portfolio. I know they've never sold a piece of property. I mean, they have, the federal government is a tenant in some of their properties. I think state of Maryland, I believe, if I'm correct. has courthouses in their properties. They seem to be a pretty good partner. You know, the initial lease back rates, I think, are high, but, you know, I do believe that we can negotiate that.
Is Randy Maggard gonna allow us to do it?
No,
I
no,
mean,
that.
do we have to go begging permission to do our job every time? I thought we were elected.
I don't know that, but I will say this, that the opportunity for this, I think, needs to be explored, because again, you know, it puts $3.5 million back into the taxpayers' coffers here. It allows us to use a portion of what we have saved, you know, that we were gonna expend on building the property. And it still allows us to sell this property. You know, from my standpoint, that's a win-win politically. I mean, you know, they stopped the sale of the property. I mean, I'm sorry, they forced the sale of the property.
Stop permitting.
Right? And it puts some valuable pieces of property onto the tax rolls. And it creates jobs. And it would allow us to fulfill our mission. So there's a lot of things positive about that offer that I'm not willing to walk away with from that. And quite frankly, I think that's some things that maybe other governments in our county ought to be exploring, as opposed to building, you know, just more office space. So this is really a very interesting concept that I think we really need to consider, because it's a budgetable item. I think it can be accomplished without, well, I know it can be accomplished without increasing millage rates. There's a lot of things positive of that, and before we do anything further, I think that we really need to go and negotiate this and talk to, you know, some of our fellow elected officials and see what their thoughts are. I will tell you, I've had some conversations with some of our fellow elected officials, and they think this is a viable option.
Did you talk to the right ones that will allow us to do?
Chairman, if I may. To answer your question, Commissioner Evans, I think the structure of this will be viewed as the same type of structure that we were proposing for the other project. A lease back here is very similar to the lease purchase style financing agreement that we would have been pursuing had the board continued to move forward with that project. So I think the answer is no. Will that be allowed? I think the district made a commitment to move forward in selling the surplus property, and I think that's where we need to continue to move towards. And I think we will need that $54,000 back if we don't in the budget for the lobbyists.
Well, what I'd like to see us do is, well, Mr. Chairman, you do have a motion on the floor.
All right. Sorry, yes. Restate your motion, please, Randy.
I make a motion, we rescind selling the property on 41.5 acres on 41 as surplus property.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor? Nay?
Aye.
Nay.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, I will move that
said, I'd like to see us get down to 3 properties. I believe that, based on what I'm looking for, that Eastern Meridian is the number 1 position to be renegotiated. And number 2 is either St. John's or Serenity. So the top 3, I think, that are classified here are our representatives, I think, are the ones that I agree with also. Unfortunately, though, I don't think St. John's is number 1, and that is because we haven't had and don't have support with other people aren't supporting, due to our current political environment, they're not supporting public health. And that's really what it boils down to. You can see that the cuts have gone on, they're coming, they're going, the health departments, so on. So I really, even though there's a lot of benefits from that you bring out, absolutely, again, I think there's just so many variables in there that I certainly wouldn't rank that as number 1. So for me, I'm looking at Eastern Meridian or Tarpon Springs as the first one to talk about, going back to and negotiating the contract. But I'm not here to say what that is yet. I just want to see what you all's thought as to where you might rank these.
So, I would rank them St. John's, Eastern Meridian, and Serenity. That's what I would, rank them.
Okay.
So, I'll move that, we shortlist St. John's, Eastern, and Serenity, and allow, negotiations to go forward with those 3 entities.
Agreed. Okay. Reluctant. Thank you, reluctant Larry. That's progress. Okay, so I think we're all in agreement to shortlist those top 3. Now I think we need to start talking about what we want in return, what we want to renegotiate. I tell you, my number 1 is still, the number 1 thing is this deal's gotta be for sure, they gotta have skin in the game. Right now, I don't see anybody here with the exception of, and I'm gonna ask that question before I move on. It looks like, yeah, Saunders out of Lakeland.
Which,
Oh, that's the
number?
6.
Others is a broker.
Yeah, so
They're the
that's.
broker. Okay. But there's reference in here as the feasibility period being 120 days, and then there's a reference a little further on about, initial and additional deposits are non-refundable after IP except for seller deposit. Can you expand on what they're trying to say there?
Yeah, okay, so, I mean, basically, they're just saying that after the inspection period, they will go hard or drop the contract and will close, and the deposit will be non-refundable unless there's a seller default after the inspection period.
And how long is the inspection period on that one?
120 days.
I like that. I'm not not saying I like that offer, but I like that term.
I mean, it's a much longer offer. I mean,
Uh-huh, yeah, but that's the term, that's what I'm looking for.
So, if I may,
Yeah.
you know, right now, all these offers, they're trading price for terms.
Okay, right.
You know, you're gonna get the top price, but you're gonna need time to say grace over it, so to speak, and go through their diligence. And then going through the permitting process right now is very, very lengthy in Pasco County. So the entitlement phase is gonna be a long phase at the very best, if you wanna get the highest price.
Right,
And so, that's obviously, we're certainly gonna negotiate as hard as we can, get the best timeframe as we can. I think some of the information that you've already done on the property from an engineering standpoint will be beneficial, even though they can't utilize it officially. If any of that is made available, that would help out in the diligence phase of the contract. But, I think there may be a developer or two in the room right now, and they'll tell you that they've gotta have time to get their work done, and they have to have time to get it permitted.
well, actually, the first two are just for zoning.
Right.
But zoning,
Well-
the property needs to be a rezoning and a land use change, so that is gonna take time, and, you know,
Yeah.
it's hard to, put money hard without knowing that you're gonna get rezoning and land
Yeah.
use change. That's a very, I mean, I think some people say that, but if they don't get a good read from the county by the end of their inspection period, your contract goes away, because
Right.
if there's unsurety out there, you know, they're not gonna be able to move forward.
I hear loud and clear what you're saying, but,
We're just saying it because,
well, it's real.
yeah, we know what's
just
gonna-
went through,
yeah, we know the
such
process.
extensive
Yeah, yeah,
permitting, and
yeah.
unfortunately, Pasco County is one of the toughest ones to get through permitting, and we have other permitting agencies that need to go into it there, so I hear that. But on the other hand, these, not all of them, but certainly, I believe the ones in the top three know this business inside and out.
Right.
And once those documents, if they don't already have a lot of them already, they know that's viable property.
Right.
And I fully expect them to put, at least 2% deposit down. Now, I'm not saying it's gonna happen right away, but I don't wanna see us get a year and a half into this thing and then they walk. You know,
Yeah, nobody
because of
wants to see
DOT,
that.
you know, because of DOT or
Right.
something like that.
Right.
So I know this will create some difficulty, but I don't wanna see us do this again in a year and a half.
We hear you, we'll do
Okay.
the best we can.
Thank you, you're still smiling. Okay. So
You know,
we've
it's-
narrowed it, we've at least gone to top three, and we're talking about some negotiations, so what would, go ahead, Mike Fox.
Well, the only thing I would say is St. John's property is gonna find a much more receptive audience at the county than Eastern and Serenity. Just because what they're planning to put there is what Pasco County wants out there, right? That's what the EDC, the Pasco Economic Development Council, is working for every day to try to bring this type of project into Pasco County. So I think that, you know, they've already permitted, or they've already gone through the rezoning process with one project in Pasco County, so, you know, they sort of know where the landmines are, so to speak. I think they're gonna have a more receptive, you know, ear than a residential, use would. But again, there's a lot more variables with that offer. We really need to get down to the bottom line on each one of these, and I think the best way to move forward is to allow Renee and Dewey to work their magic and come back to us, and then we have all the facts in front of us, and then we can make an educated decision.
do all three of us agree that requesting in this offer to all three contenders that we get non-refundable 2% deposit in 120 days?
Well, I like the way you think, but I'm looking at all of the offers, and it doesn't look like that's a stipulation or something that they've offered.
That's
So-
correct, they haven't, but this is a counter.
So this is an important part of it. I say that you know, we make that part of what we tell them to go
Right.
negotiate.
Okay.
You know, if they
so-
say, if they come back and say, no, we're not doing that, then they're out of the ballpark, right?
Well, I don't know that I would say that they're out, but we understand which ones are gonna get us the best.
Yep.
That meets our criteria.
But I'm looking at St. John's properties, and that's a lease back, so if Representative Maggard's not gonna allow us to even do that, then our number one's off the table, so now we're down to two, unless we cast the net a little wider and say, okay, we'll take the top five and go from there, but,
Yeah.
I mean, it's contingent upon that, so I don't know that choosing the top three is the way to go. And I'm not trying to be difficult, cause I don't want to do this to begin with, but I'm trying to be a team player.
You are a team player. Just because we have a difference of opinion on something,
That's okay.
does not mean that,
Exactly.
you know, it's just.
No, but I'm just saying, you know, cause if the number one's out, then we're out of contention.
Okay, we'll recognize Attorney Donaldson for a moment. Go ahead, Laura.
Mr. Chair, thank you. So, I appreciate the dialogue. What I would suggest with how the board proceeds is that, at a minimum, at the next board meeting, you have, whether it's 3 or 4, the contracts for the board to consider so that the board can make a decision at the next board meeting. If you include St. John's, I will say I am concerned, having been at those meetings, as well as it's not just one legislator, many legislators were concerned about the district building the campus. If you go forward with St. John's, that gives time for Adrian and Sean and whoever to talk to the legislators to make sure that that is a viable option. And then at the September meeting, you would know, is that a viable option or not? And they can make a decision based on that information on which contract to select. I would highly recommend that the district has a contract in place before the delegation meeting. Because one of the things, and I'm sure Adrian has mentioned, you know, recently we had to give an update to Representative Maggard as well as the entire delegation about what the district said they were gonna do and what they've done and where they're at, and that's been done, and I just would hate to miss an opportunity to fulfill something that the district said it was gonna do. And by having a contract in place at the September board meeting helps eliminate any conversations about the district not selling the property.
Okay, thank you.
I'm looking at, number 5 here, they've got 730 total days, which is over 117 days less than number 4. I would recommend casting the net maybe to 5. Take the top 5 and do some noodling over that.
Yeah. We've got a time frame here. I mean, we've got if we expand beyond 3, we've got a lot more work to be done.
What are our experts' opinions on this? If the roles were reversed, what would you do?
What would I do?
Yeah.
I'd do the top 5.
Okay, thank you. I will amend my motion to reflect the top 5.
Mr. Chair, point of information, is there, if I may, is there any communication with the land use comments about who you sell it to. Is there any communication with the county on what they want, or would they have a vision for that area? Are you coordinating with the county, or is this all separate?
No, we're not.
Private selling?
Well, that's not true, so I will tell you that
Okay.
I and Adrian have met with the Economic Development Council.
Thank you.
Because I believe that this is an opportunity for them, you know, and they agree. Okay, the size property at 41 acres is below their 50-acre line in the sand, if you will, but they said that every day they get calls for pieces of property below 50 acres. So it's in their wheelhouse. And, you know, I mean, the comments that were made about this facility and meeting the needs of Pasco County today and moving forward is something that I, for one, cannot overlook. You sell this property, it goes away, then what are we gonna do here? So, you know, the plan right now is to spend a lot of money on this facility. That money could be used to offset our budget. It could be used to sell this piece of property and put it back on the tax rolls. All those are positives for Pasco County. And they're all wins for the people who said, don't go out and spend $35 million. So, I mean, I just can't imagine that we can't have that conversation with our representatives to, you know, to try to work out some sort of middle ground. So that's what I want to do. I want us to try to have those conversations, and, you know, the answer may be no, do this, or, you know, you're gone. So, you know, if that's the case, then, you know, we know what the answer is. But it's a very, number one is a very unique situation. And it takes a little bit of time to really dissect it and understand what the end result is if we go down that road. There's a lot of positives with that offer.
Okay, see if you all, your thoughts on this. I'd like to see that we hold a special meeting, with Berkshire here in the next couple weeks to review where we are on things. And with the goal of final approval next board meeting. Would you all be receptive to that?
I think you almost need to expedite it. I'd almost call a meeting in 2 weeks.
How much time
To work together.
do you think you need?
It'd probably take a couple of weeks to get the rework of the offers. I'd say at least 2 weeks.
Okay.
I have a question.
Mhm.
Are you expecting revised LOIs, or are you expecting contracts?
I mean, I personally see revised, well, that's a great question, because if we're gonna make a final decision, we have to have a contract.
If you hold a
So,
special meeting.
so the special meeting would be a revised LOI, right? And then at the next scheduled board meeting, we would have contract.
That would work.
Okay.
That would work.
Okay.
So we're doing 5?
Yeah, I think we are doing 5, but.
I revised my motion.
Okay,
Yep.
so, yeah, we're doing 5.
Do we know which 5 they are? Is it just the first 5, or?
First Mine is the first 5, how about you all?
Yeah.
First 5, how about you?
Well,
See, Steve, there's always one.
Oh, I know. So, I really do not like number 4, I mean, 136 50-foot lots. I do not like that, again, but I also don't know, like what Eastern wants to build, or Kelsa, I don't know, what they're stating as far as residential. But what I'm looking at on this sheet, number 6, number 7, Madame homes with, 66 residential. We have to have residential, at least these are bigger lots or bigger homes, which means that they're gonna actually pay some property taxes. So,
Okay.
let me ask you this, is there a way to find out what the actual residential looks like with the ones that just say residential?
I mean, we can certainly ask.
Yeah.
I mean, are they apartment complexes or cookie cutter homes or?
I don't know that any of these were contemplating, apartments, but we can certainly ask.
Well, I can tell you that the one attorney that called me wanting to get my temperature, within the first few sentences, the word apartment came out of her mouth, so.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell
You
you.
can stop right there.
Yeah.
So I do wanna ask a related question to that. So if we look at number 4 and it shows 136 50-foot lots, does that mean that a year from now, when they get through the due diligence period, for some reason, because of wetlands or something, they can only get, 130 lots instead of the 136 lots? That, I believe that what that means is they can walk away at that time, correct?
Well, it depends on how the contract's written.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
If they insist on it, then they're definitely looking at
Yeah,
the.
and they have to look at that obviously for their
Yeah.
profit margins, especially the
Right.
resellers.
Right.
I see.
I'm just telling you that the residential uses, I think, are gonna have to go, they're gonna have a higher bar to go. And if any of these are apartments, I think you're gonna see, opposition on the county commission. So, we could enter into a contract, everybody's all happy, warm and fuzzy, and we go down this road and the planning commission, the county commission say, no. Where are we at then?
Yeah, I think we can easily stipulate that apartments would not be allowed as one of the uses.
I think that.
Contractually.
Yeah, contractually, and then I think that would take care of that.
Okay.
What ends up there matters to me. So, if I just look at this page, I'd say, let's enter into a contract with Eastern, but because they're offering over asking price, that's great, but, what is it? It's in the details, I'm sorry, but it's in the details.
Okay, so far we've got, so 2 additional items to think about. We went 2% down and go hard in 120 days. Like no apartment buildings. Anything else you all can think of?
No storage, no car washes, no McDonald's, no.
Dollar General.
Yeah, none of that crap, and that's what it is.
Okay, well, I think we're real clear on where we need to go. Except for, is it 5 or how, what is it?
I'm sure we're all
Do
in
we need to take a
agreement.
vote or?
Well,
We need to take a vote.
Yes.
first of all, we're in agreement with 5, correct?
Yes.
Okay, well, I think we had to take a vote on everything incorporated.
Can I ask you, just your opinion, so on the 5, so let me ask you, because you ranked them one through 12 on this sheet I'm looking at, right? Is there a reason why, number 7 was ranked number 7 as opposed to 4 or 5?
Why number 7 was ranked number 7 versus 5 was just because of the amount of days.
The amount of days, okay. Okay. But what triggers the closing?
In some instances, permitting, and then other instances, zoning.
Yeah, it's rare nowadays to see some close at zoning, after zoning, it's permitting almost always, especially if they're paying retail for the product.
Mr. Chair, can I just make a quick comment, just because it's been said a couple of times, and I know Commissioner Cox does have St. John's.
You got the floor, Laura.
Just because there are some legislators who do watch the board meetings, the executive director, or I believe the realtors are not recommending the St. John's deal. It's listed as one because that deal is so different from all the other ones that they couldn't compare it. So I just want to make sure, I know Commissioner Cox, you said that the St. John's deal for you is your top one, but I'm just concerned, right, we live in a world where people take snippets from meetings, that this is not something that the executive director or the realtors are saying this is the deal that you should take. It's really more from a, yes, they ranked it, but reality, the St. John's deal is so different, it wasn't included in the rest of the deals, which were ranked 1 through 7 based on, as they stated, price and closing dates. That's it.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
So some of these are from rezoning. I mean, some of the closings are triggered at rezoning, which, that's for comp plan amendment / rezoning, so. I mean, those offers are attractive, especially when it's over asking price. Okay, well, so I'll stay with my amended motion that we allow our agents to go and negotiate the top 5.
Restate from the beginning, please.
So the motion is to short list the top 5 that's on the list here and allow Berkshire Hathaway to go out and negotiate what the final, at this point, letter of intent would look like.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Let's set a date for review, please. About Thursday, September the 4th, where you all have that day, or would you be available that morning?
We have a budget hearing that night.
Well, why don't we just meet prior to that?
Okay, that's a 5:01, right?
Correct.
5:01 is the hearing.
Maybe at like 3:30? And it gives us enough time?
Is that the Thursday after Labor Day?
It is.
I think I'm supposed to be somewhere, a little bit later. Should we do it a little earlier than 3:30?
What time would you like?
Maybe 1 o'clock, would that be okay?
That's okay with me, but let's see what
I
these
have a
businessmen think.
The morning, I could do it in the morning.
Yeah, I got 2 things, I got something at
next day?
The fifth.
Right?
Yeah.
9 o'clock on the
Look at
fifth,
my calendar.
9 a.m.?
Yeah, so, but if I can.
Is Renee available?
Oh, yeah, Renee.
Yes.
Yeah.
9 o'clock, September 5th?
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I can make that work.
Director
No.
Rogers, how's that looking?
I can make that.
So 9 o'clock September, what are the choices again, September?
Oh, there's no choices.
That's your choice.
I'm available.
Okay.
We'll see if he is.
Unless you have another one that, you can always tell me.
You're gonna send
later.
out an invite.
We will send out an
Yeah,
invite.
you know what, that'd be, if, would a call in or?
Yeah,
call it
Zoom or whatever the
Yeah.
heck we use here.
Yeah.
Teams, something.
I'm pretty sure I could do that, one way or the other.
So that's Friday, September the 5th at 9 a.m.
Did you,
And that will be,
did you call in the afternoon of the 4th? Or you,
Yeah, the afternoon is when I know I've got something.
okay, so you couldn't call in alternatively either?
It would be difficult.
okay, very good. You got everything you need to proceed, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank all the bidders out there, all the great
Oh,
folks
yeah.
that put
Yeah.
some work into this.
Yeah, oh, yeah, every one of them's credible, that's a good thing.
Yeah, that's great to hear when you open it up that way. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing you next time around.
Okay.
Thanks, take care. Thank you. Do we need another break or?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Okay, 4 minutes this time.
4.
4 minutes, yeah.
Why? Why we lose a minute?
Cause you burned up extra time last
it
time
three.
around. You went overtime.
to you.
There's a way to find out. I don't know, but find out. Maybe you might have find out.
I don't know. It should be. I don't know. Get out, Jen. You need as much as left.
Okay, take care.
Yeah, we went on Saturday and Sunday. That was so beautiful out there Saturday and Sunday. Oh my God. Yeah, Sunday was just going out to the North Channel golf ball. We just. Yeah, I mean, you don't see those days every day, but even Saturday, even, I mean, all day, it was not as calm as that, but it was, you know, just a rip. Oh, yeah, I mean, that's looking down towards Power.
All right. We used to walk out there to go scout, we had all these boats. Remember the buckets they used to do?
Yeah. They're glass bottom buckets, right? My parents used to do that, we used to do that in the pond.
Actually, they're pretty good players. It's pretty good.
Yes, oh, no, it's not.
But I think they probably had.
Losing credit. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and reconvene the board meeting at this time. And we're gonna go back to the budget review on the draft. So, we've got some questions for Jose and Adrian on this, I'm sure. Why don't you kick it off? Okay, I will.
He throw you under the bus. No, that's an indication I'm the mouthpiece here.
You only got
You go
30 more
first.
seconds. You wanna go first?
You go
Okay.
first.
I'm going first. Thank you for putting so much work into this. Not out of the woods yet, though. Details. So this one is just a thought, and it's not something I think we should spend a lot of time on this morning. But increased efficiency on our employees, field-based employees, seasonal. I'd like us to explore about bringing them up to 8% overtime. And what made me think about this is, one, what other seasonal people do, such as Duke Energy with Akuchi, others, you know, they're doing seasonal business, but with this no tax on overtime, I think it would benefit, I know it would benefit the field reps. And after some discussion, maybe we hope it would benefit us. And the reason it would benefit us is we get more efficiency out of it, but also it keeps us from adding field staff. And it would, I perceive this as something to be seasonal now. And, you know, again, just as a discussion, staff level, we often talk about it, see if it makes some sense, but, you know, potentially going to Monday through Friday, 9-hour days, and then, I mean, Monday through Thursday, 9-hour days, and then Friday, you know, 8 or 9-hour days or something, but, you know, something in combination, that it would give the employee more take-home money also on a seasonal basis. So that's the first thing I just wanted to put out there, potentially for you all to discuss.
For
if-
clarification,
Yep.
if I may, when you say seasonal, you're not referencing the seasonal staff.
No.
But you're saying the full-time field staff.
Right.
Offer the potential for overtime seasonally.
That's right. And you determine when that season is, based on demands as they're ever changing. So in this case, you know, it might be 10 months out of the year, right?
Yes,
Okay.
our season grows every year
Yeah, good, so that's good.
to a non-existent off-season anymore.
That's good clarification, yeah.
You think that's something that is,
If I may?
Sure, yeah.
We have discussed that. The
Okay.
issue that I would have with that is the actual current productivity of our staff. If we're just gonna increase time spent, is that time gonna be spent actually doing something productive for the district? Or are they just going to be chipping, for lack of a better word, right? So I do see the value on being able to take advantage of the tax cuts on overtime.
Right.
But do I feel that our staff is 100% productive all the time? I don't. So that's where I question that approach, and it's something that Nick and I, or Adrian and I can discuss. But just blanket saying, let's approve overtime, when the demand is not there, is not something that is beneficial. Again, I don't know that aspect, I'm speaking strategically, financially, and in the previous roles that I've had where productivity was measurable, I don't know that here. So if you're asking me my opinion, that is the opinion.
Appreciate your opinion. I think that no doubt that, Nick has a pretty good pulse on it, and certainly Adrian, as to whether that would be beneficial. And obviously, to me, the big thing I'm looking at is, trying to stay away from additional benefits in FRS. You know, because that's the one that bogs us down.
but you're saying utilize that in lieu of maybe other positions is what you're saying?
Of adding other positions, that's right.
Okay.
Right.
So,
Something just to look at. You know, again, you've got you all have the expertise to determine if that makes any sense at all or not. You know, certainly other organizations are doing it as we speak, so, you know, they must think along those lines. But I don't have the ability to analyze it like you do.
Before you move off of that
Yeah,
one,
sure.
we can still continue. So specifically referencing the removal of the 37,400 for the mosquito technician position, is that what you're looking in lieu of?
No. You've already got that removed, right?
in addition to
Or-
is what you're saying, right, Matt?
So I'm sorry, yes, I'm sorry, that I misrepresented that. So yes, instead of removing that altogether, offering an opportunity to allow for overtime to cover the workload.
Well, when I say allow for overtime, I mean overtime. It's a mandated thing. You know, it's not optional. That's what I'm thinking.
think that's where Jose's concern comes into play. There are times when the need is there, yes, but I don't know if mandating for extensive periods of time makes sense.
Okay.
How, we
That's
can
good feedback.
explore what that would actually look like.
Okay. Well, again, you all have the expertise in that area, so I mean, no sense in me debating it because I'm gonna rely on what you all, your findings.
Overtime would be case by case. I mean, yesterday, it rained all afternoon, so if we mandated them to work 9 hours yesterday, they're gonna be sitting in the break room because it's raining. You know what I mean? So we'd have to go by caseload, weather, and we do that right now. If we have a heavy workload, we ask for overtime and we usually get everything we need. Like we never had troubles getting it or not getting it.
Okay.
Employees to volunteer.
Okay. All right, like I say, I'm not gonna really debate it because I don't have the knowledge or expertise in that area. It's only a thought at this stage. You know, okay, yep, moving on. Under 30.31.1 property appraiser, I see we reduced, we will be reducing the fees back to the tax collector's office. Would we not also be reducing the fees back to the property appraiser's office?
I'm still trying to understand that fee and if it's directly related to our ad valorem or not. So that's why I have that as a blanket, but if it is directly related to our ad valorem, then yes, it would be reduced. I know the, tax collector fees is directly related to it.
Okay, since we're talking about county services, do you think that the sheriff's department would look at a reduced fee to us? Their state rep is requesting this.
We can propose that and discuss it
Okay.
again into.
It's all reliant upon, the deputy signing up for the duty. So, you know, if the deputy sees that we pay less than this one.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's all.
So they're not, so it's not regular pay for them?
It's not, yeah. We have had instances in which the sheriff's office couldn't fill our request for position because there wasn't anyone interested in the additional time.
Now,
I see.
what you could do there, instead of it being, an additional duty, or I forget exactly what they call this.
Detail.
Additional detail, thank you. You could potentially negotiate with the sheriff for that service. So instead of it being additional duty, you know, we just negotiate directly with the sheriff and he provides somebody. That's what they do for the county commission. Yeah. Yeah, it's not an over and above additional duty, they have somebody there and it's part of the, it's part of the funding for the sheriff's office.
Okay.
You know, I mean, I think we started down this road because we were hoping this was more of a temporary situation here, but it's not a temporary situation, this is a permanent situation. So, we probably ought to have a contract with the sheriff's office to provide this.
Okay. All right, so you'll take a look at that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, still under 30.00, under lobbyist services. To me, that's a valuable service to us, and we certainly see it used in other government entities here. And I think potentially looking for a reduction in that is the way to go versus eliminating it.
for the foreseeable future, I think that's something that we've gotta continue to engage with.
All right.
If I may, Chairman?
Sure, go ahead.
Just not specific to any one line item, but in general, for every 1,000th of a millage point that we fluctuate in either direction, that either adds or removes $6,053. And
Okay.
so if we are going to talk about putting anything back into the budget from the cuts that have already been represented, keep that in mind. And there are some items that I think need to be looked at in priority order than some of the others. And the biggest of which would be what we've done with the chemical purchasing.
Yeah, I wanna talk about that. I wanted to talk about some of that stuff before we got into these items.
Let me wrap up and then I'll give you the floor.
All right, that's fine, that's fine.
So I would think that we look at up to 10% reduction and work with the lobbyists to see if that's attainable. I'll back that way, okay. If you look at 40.2.03, hotels for staff attendees. Our conferences, in my mind, are directly related to education. And after interfacing with everybody from California to Florida and everywhere in between, I truly believe that education reduces chemical usage in a lot of different ways. So I would propose that we cut that number from, for that cut is proposed at 10 right now, we propose that at 5. Because the other thing that goes on here is that we don't want to discourage people from attending and getting education. We have had commissioners in the past who did not go to conferences, did not get education, and this place became stagnant for some years. And you know, certainly, we all know that what AMCA, FMCA and stuff, the education level that they provide, we provide to them, they provide to us, it's just very good, very strong. University of Florida, you know, these programs that are set up are really good in our industry. So that's my thoughts on that. Okay.
So, if I may, is the board looking for discussion on why the cut was proposed, or are we?
No.
Just
No, I'm not.
suggesting?
Just throwing my thoughts out there at this point.
The reason they cut it is because they're not spending everything that's budgeted.
One is that, right, the way we proposed it was, I looked at the actual expenditures this year, and instead of just what have we used, and then in this particular case, there was a lot of what we consider unnecessary travel. Not necessarily just people that could not go, and it wouldn't necessarily affect the operations. So there is some thought process into this, and controlling the amount of people going, trips and things like that.
If I may clarify
course.
that.
Okay.
Because it's not that it's not important. You all know that I have been a very strong proponent of continuing education, and I will forever be a very strong proponent of continuing education. And it's not that travel in the past has not been necessary, because it is incredibly valuable for those who attend. The question is, do we need the number of people to attend each conference? Some of them have concurrent sessions, and so one person cannot see every presentation that's given, or be at every session that's available. And so, for those, absolutely continue to still say we need multiple people to go to those meetings so that we can harness the full breadth of what is actually being presented, discussed. I mean, that's how we keep up with trends in arboviral information, activity on new viruses that are emerging. That's how we learn about new products that might be coming to the market, or different uses for equipment or different products. And so there is tremendous value in continuing education, and that's not what we're suggesting. The thought is we potentially limit the number of people that are going to some of these, I mean, not all, but for some of them. So it's not to say that they're not necessary. Continuing education is a necessary component to what we do. It's required for all of our licensure, and so we have to get that.
Well, that's an important part too, right? They have to get CU credits, and the credits are from these conferences.
Right, and there are alternate means, in the last, since COVID, the offerings available online for CEU are much more numerous than they were pre-COVID. So there is opportunity for staff to get continuing education to some extent. And there is tremendous value in in-person meetings as well. It's not just the content, it's the discussions and what comes out of networking with colleagues in different areas throughout even the globe. I mean, not just nationally, but internationally. People attend these conferences for American Mosquito Control Association, even the Florida Mosquito Control Association. Now we have influence from the Caribbean, and so there's a lot of value in being there in attendance in person.
Absolutely.
It's just
The disease is headed north out of the Caribbean. So, I don't wanna get hung up on this, and I'll let the other commissioners talk, but I would say that we reduce it. You got a reduction of 10,000, I would say 5,000, so let's move on to the next item. Okay, so I don't understand the dry ice. Are we able to manufacture dry ice here, or how is it we can just reduce dry ice by that amount?
This was a projection considering how many extra traps that we had to add last year because of our really active arboviral season. Each arboviral case or suspect case receives extra surveillance at the locations, at least 2 traps per week, and that can be extended up to 6 weeks, maybe longer if there's a cluster of cases in the same area. So with last year's additional dry ice needs, this year we assumed that we would need to budget a little bit of a buffer there, but maybe we can reduce that buffer considering, or with the hopes that we won't get another season as active.
Okay, so you're okay with that number?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so that's good, leave that. All right, the owner's rep. We have a proposed here for complete removal of that position, outsourcing it. I think it's a valuable service, as we don't have the expertise in-house. And there's no doubt in my mind that we're headed towards something here. You know, so I think we ought to figure out a way maybe for a few months or something, maybe to reduce that, or keep them with us and then ramp it back up again. But I don't think we should just continue our relationship after all that we've had for some time. So again, I don't wanna discuss that right now because I know other commissioners need to talk. That's it? Who would like to comment? Who would like to discuss? Is that you, Mr. Cox? How about you, Randy? You go first.
Sure.
The records request specialist, hopefully, Freedom of Information Act will die down a little and allow us to do our jobs, although we welcome the oversight. Retention allowance, to me, I think you need that if you're gonna retain your people, so I don't see cutting that. We had a problem in the past, and I think we've all been around long enough to see that. Looks like the health insurance is going in the right way, it's gonna cost less. I'm not even gonna go over this tax collector stuff. The aviation contracts, is that for outsourced, maintenance?
That's correct, if we needed to supplement any of the maintenance that's required on the aircraft, that's what
Okay.
that is for.
Alright. I don't think we should do that. Eliminate that. That's,
What's the line on?
it's back in the 20s or 30s.
Yeah, but, so it's 30.34.6, but they haven't spent any money.
Right.
They
but
haven't used
they
that money.
could. They could in the future if we need it, so, I mean, that's why it's there. A lot of this is just numbers on paper, really. We may need it in the future, and that's why it's there for a line item, so. As far as the education stuff, like you mentioned, Matt, you know, one of our commissioners never showed up to anything and bragged about it, and never knew what was really going on. I find education invaluable, I think it's great. And in fact, I think most of our employees, if we were to say, you know, you got X number of people going to a conference and you have those slots, then I'm sure Adrian can select those that could use it the most. We have Agna and Taylor have presented at these things, and I think the science is great, and I know for a fact that I've learned so much by attending. I don't understand the telecom data thing, the Ring and Frontier. 41,004.
Right. So on the original budget, we budgeted just for one of the two factors. Then after speaking to Ed, he said we're missing one of the other factors, which was Frontier, so we needed to add that into it.
Right, so Ring is our phone system for the office. And
Okay.
Frontier is the UOB data management component as well as aquatics. And so both are in use
And necessary.
and necessary, yes.
So we can't really cut those either.
No, and that's, again, because as we were consolidating some of the items and making the line item names and locations more accurate, cause they're very close in cost, and so initially we thought that they were one and the same, but they're actually two separate. So we just went back to shore that up to make sure that we were covering both.
Okay, and I'm looking at 4900 for the SIT project, SIT. I mean, we've already invested time and talent into this, and we're still measuring results. Aren't we collecting empirical data and all that right now on what's working and not? So, gosh, I hate to saw your legs off right from under you, since you've already invested all this time and money in it.
Yes, we are still evaluating the effectiveness of this methodology. Long-term in the future, we had talked that if is proven to be effective, then we would consider bringing it in-house. To do that, we need space and we need personnel, and neither of which are things that we're going to be able to afford in our budget for next year. And so not that, for some of these items, it's not that, entirely going away forever.
Right.
We're deferring it.
Just not budgeting for it now.
We'll reevaluate next year.
Okay.
If I may, I just wanna make sure we understand, the exercise that took place was, one, the board requested a lower millage rate. But from my perspective, I was making sure that the operational expenses that we currently have do not exceed the ad valorem that we're gonna get. Because my assumption is that at one point, the district is gonna have zero money reserve, whatever part that is.
Correct.
So some of these cuts are not necessarily, a convenient cut. It was a cut to make sure that we are balanced with the ad valorem that we're currently having and the operating expenses. So we have to break it down. I asked the team to break it down versus wants and needs, and that's kind of the approach we took. Every decision that was made, I consulted with every single party that was involved and said, do we want this, do we need it? How would it affect the operations? Because if you take the money that we have reserved right now, if we didn't have the money, would we operate in a deficit? And that's just not good, right? So we have to understand the reality of things is that right now, our operating expenses are higher than our value at the current rate that we are. Even at the point 2242 was a little bit higher than that. So we have to make cuts somewhere, right? And that's the approach we took. Unfortunately, SIT it's $500,000. That's a third of the cuts that we needed at that point. We were 1.5 million in deficit as far as operating versus ad valorem.
Not looking at the cash in reserve, because
Correct.
when the improvements are made, the necessary improvements to this property are made, we will no longer have those cash in
Right.
reserve. And sustainability of our ad valorem operational costs has to be something that we're thinking about and not just overlooking. Because when we need it, after the cash is exhausted, to have to increase the rate is not anything that future boards are likely to
Will relish
fully
that.
support.
Right. I have a question regarding, chemicals though. I know we're trying to rotate chemicals so we don't get a dependency on them. What's
Good way
that?
to put it. No, that's a good way. Human thinking, I'm thinking.
Yeah, well, sorry, my poor choice of words, I guess.
That's all right.
Resistance, for instance.
Details.
Resistance.
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 So, yeah, resistance, thank you, that was the word I was looking for, couldn't find. This kinda hurts our rotation though, right? Our resistance, if we're doing that, so we're kinda defeating our own science by cutting the chemical.
One of the transitions we've made in the last couple of years has been looking at longer use products. And what I mean by that is they have a duration of time that they're effective that's longer than what the district has traditionally used. Some products are what we call single brood, so they're effective for one rain event, one high tide event, one hatch off of mosquitoes. They don't remain effective in the environment, they don't persist, they don't last. And so formerly, the district was very heavy on the usage of those products. They are less expensive chemical costs, product costs. As we have optimized the use of the aircraft over the last few years, as we have increased treatment locations, we've added new sites, every year we're adding new sites. That's the advantage of building the team in the field so that they can find and identify additional breeding sites. 5 years ago, the amount of acreage treated was significantly lower than what we're treating now. If you look at this past year as an example, every year we've increased in acreage and the amount of product used because of that. And so to more effectively reduce mosquito populations overall, especially as the county is growing, we need to be finding new areas where the mosquitoes are coming from. And so to do that, if we're using single brew, one-time use products that are only effective for one hatch off, meaning you get a couple of days of control versus 30 days of control, now you have to more frequently make applications to those sites. And so if you're using a single brew product, you have a rain event on Monday, mosquitoes hatch off, you get up and you treat them effectively, you have another rain event on Thursday, you have to treat again. The same site, not a different location, but the exact same site. If you are using a long use product, a residual product, something that has a 30-day effectiveness, then assuming application, everything is good, you have 30 days of control on that site. So you don't have to come back, you should not have to come back and do another application within that time frame. So that allows the aircraft to be utilized for additional sites. As we've added sites, that's how we've been able to do that, by using long-term, longer use products, the residual products that have a 30-day effectiveness. Now.
But you're also building resistance, correct?
So rotation of products is another key consideration to that. And so we've moved away from a lot of the products with an active ingredient that our mosquitoes had built up tolerance to. Before 5 years ago, there was a very heavy usage of one particular active ingredient. So we have stopped using that for the mosquitoes that were, it was no longer effective against. And so we've had to explore different chemistries. And all of these things in the last few years have changed how we're selecting products, which products we're using on which sites, whether we're going after disease vectors or nuisance species, whether we're going after those that have built up a tolerance to certain active ingredients or not. And so these are all of the considerations that we look at for every single site that we make an application, whether it's by ground or air. All of that goes into consideration for every time we pull an application trigger. And so, as we've done that, the residual products, those that last 30 days, are more expensive in terms of the product cost. What that does though, is allow you to treat more areas and not have to go back and treat the same area the exact 4 times in that 30-day period. And so you have increased operating costs, but your product usage costs are lower. So that's the trade-off.
So you're comfortable with what you put in the budget?
It is a way to reduce the product cost in the budget. It is not the most effective.
We're splitting our own throats.
It's not the most effective way to do it, because again, it's not only treatment of a same site, that's also the inspector on the ground has to go back and treat those sites, or to inspect those sites, to look to see if there is additional breeding now, once every however many days, or after every rain event or high tide. And so it is a trade-off. And if we reduce staff, and we don't have the staff to go back and look at those areas on such a high frequent basis. And so now, you're looking at a situation there. So it is a trade-off. I would prefer to use products that have a residual efficacy, that are varying active ingredients, and so that we have the options to be able to be flexible and still have the time that inspectors on the ground need to find additional breeding sites.
It turned this into a routine-based larvicide program. Same site, same day, every week. Wayne's flying the same site every day, every week, which shrinks the amount of area we're gonna treat. We'll treat the same amount of acres at the end of the year, right? That number will look good, but where we treat is gonna decrease.
So, yeah, to me, we're slitting our own throat by cutting that. I say don't touch it. Moving on, clothing allowance. I certainly don't need the clothing allowance or take part in it. I can dress myself. Throw on a rag. Dry ice, I think we need that, especially, you're adding more traps and stuff like that in the future.
We are adding more traps, it's just that following last year's activity, we did put quite a big buffer on that, so we're just reducing the buffer.
And I don't wanna cut you there, because that cuts you from doing your job.
But she's saying that she doesn't need that much money budgeted for it.
I believe we'll be fine we still have a buffer on that, it's just
Right,
reduced.
and that's what I'm saying, if you could do without it, fine, but, I don't wanna cut you from doing your job. The local memberships, yeah, I think we could cut that. Continuing education, I know I took part in it, and I have a master's degree and I used it, and I'm all for education and anyone that's doing it. Campus capital improvements, the owner's rep, I know we're probably doing away with that for the time being and voting on a new one, I guess, but, Adrian is very good at her job, but she's not a builder and can't oversee everything. She's got her hands full with everything that's going on now, and I'm for the owner's rep. The vehicle thing, I think you do a very good job taking care of them and managing the ones we need. Wayne takes great care of the aircraft and our maintenance guy, I forget his name.
Nelson.
I'm sorry?
Nelson.
Nelson, yes. I actually saw him a couple weeks ago and forgot his name already. So that's it, I don't wanna cut too hard to where we can't do our job. I think this is, there are some things I agree with and others I don't. I think this is a deeper cut than we actually need. That's my opinion.
Again, I wanna reiterate that if we don't cut, we're gonna be operating at a higher rate than the money coming in. I'm not counting the money saved. The money, I cannot use it for budgeting or forecasting purposes because it's going to be gone. If we don't make these cuts, our expenses at the end of the year are gonna be $1.3 million more than what we're getting from the ad valorem. That is something we cannot ignore, because when that money's gone, we're gonna find ourselves in the same position with a bigger hole.
Right, but what ad valorem, what millage are you using? The rollback or?
This was calculated, the 1.2 was calculated at 22.42. So this year's rate.
Don't wanna raise the millage, I can tell you that.
And that's what we're trying to avoid. When I came to Ms. Adrian, I said, I wanna be able to have an operation somewhere between $12 and $13 million a year. We have to consistently have that in order to keep that rollback rate be sufficient, not just for this year, but the next 4 or 5 years. Because the political environment that we are, it requires that. So we can't ignore those things, and we can't just say, let's add this, let's add that, because we're gonna find ourselves in a position where 2 years from now, we're gonna have a increase that might not even be allowed, right? So the sooner we start tackling these ones, what we call ones, the better long-term position we're gonna be in. Yes, we didn't wanna sacrifice those chemicals, and that's why we're asking the board that if we're gonna put any money back in, be in the chemical section, right? But, yes, Adrian would love to have an ownership, but do we need that to operate? Absolutely not. We don't need a lobbyist to operate. We don't need a lot of things to operate. If that concern is real, is that if we have those things in, something operationally is going to be sacrificed. Either employees, benefits, or anything other that is gonna affect, well, the product that we put out on the street. And that's not something that neither one that participated in this exercise is willing to do.
And that's, if we're looking long-term sustainability, we don't want to impact the level of service that we're providing to our community. We don't want to impact our ability to protect public health, and so sustaining this rate, in the future, if we were to, again, dip into that cash reserve, we don't have the ability to do that long-term. And so that is the ultimate goal. If we do start reducing to the extent that we're pulling from cash reserve, then after that cash is depleted, you all will have to answer to why services have been impacted and the level and quality of service that we are able to provide to our community is decreased.
this is just keeping the millage rate the same as previous. Rollback?
No, the calculation of 1.3 million over the ad valorem income that we're gonna have was 2242, yes,
At our current.
at a current. So this year, if we didn't have reserves money, we would have been on a deficit operation.
And what's the number from the rollback rate? Cause we had already say the rollback rate at the last board meeting. So
Correct.
what is that difference?
.2218 is the rollback rate.
Right, but in dollars.
$20, let me open up.
What did you just say? Say it again. Rollback rate. What?
2218?
Point 2218.
0.2128.
Correct.
That was our.
That is the rollback rate. 0.2128.
Okay.
All right, Randy, you wrapped up?
Yeah.
We'll still get a chance to come back to it. Go ahead, Michael.
Well, I mean, I've listened to what y'all said, and, a lot of my questions have been answered because y'all have already asked the question.
CV us.
No, you did the heavy lifting, and I appreciate that. You know, a couple areas that I'm going to differ with you on, sort of minor stuff, well, the discussion on the lobbyists is not a minor thing. I think right now would be the worst time to eliminate that. We need to continue having representation there, maybe not every month of the year, so maybe achieving a little bit of a cutback there, you know, as Commissioner Abbott has said.
2 phone calls a month or
Potentially would be, you know, an area that we can cut back on, but, I think if we didn't have that service and Ms. Donaldson, right now, I don't know that we'd be sitting here, right? Or we'd be cleaning out the place. So I do believe that we need to continue to engage the lobbyists. One of the biggest mistakes that businesses make, and a lot of times it causes a business to fail, and that is when things get lean, the first thing that they will do is they will cut their marketing budget. And I'm here to tell you that, probably what a business ought to do when things get lean is actually increase their marketing budget to try to bring in more attention to their, whatever it is they're in business doing. I get it, we're not in business in the same aspect, but cutting our community engagement is the equivalent of cutting a marketing budget for a business. And so, I'm absolutely opposed to cutting the community engagement, you know,
I think it was local memberships though.
Local memberships, that supports our local community, and if that $1,300 gets people, you know, makes them aware to dump over that container in their yard, you know, that helps the overall mission of the district, and that's what the team is out there doing all the time, is educating the public. I mean, I feel strongly about that it needs to be in there. If you need to dock my pay to pay that, then I'll happily give you back the damn money, because.
You
sure you make enough?
$450 is not gonna change my life.
This is
but,
recorded, right?
That, you know, put that money back in the budget. So, you know, I do agree with cutting the, SIT project, at this point. As far as the owner's rep is concerned, right now, at this moment, we don't need their services. We're also gonna go back out to bid for that services. So, you know, while we're in the process of doing that, I say you eliminate that out of the budget. You know, that's why budget amendments were invented. If we need to put it back in there, you have the money in the capital improvement plan. I mean, for goodness sakes, you only spent 1.15%. I mean, you barely spent 1% last budget year on that. So, you know, there's a pot of money there available for that if we need to and when that time comes. So eliminate it out of there. What else? As far as the chemical concerns, I agree with Commissioner Evans. I don't think we need to cut off our noses by our face on that. I mean, the goal and the role of the mosquito control district is to protect the public's health. And, you know, going back, I mean, we could go back to the days when we were digging ditches around this place to drain the swamp, right? That's how they used to do it. I don't think we're going back to that, so why would we wanna move backwards on the way that we go about things here, so I don't agree with that. You know, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, reduce the amount of contingency dollars that you have budgeted. We've never used it.
We actually used
We're
it
using it this year.
How much of it? I mean, from what you gave me, you haven't used it. So how much of it have you used?
Contingency money, all of it.
Well, what you guys gave me says you haven't used a penny of it. And overall,
It shows we've used all of it.
this is what y'all gave me, okay?
Look at,
It
no,
says
look at the budget in your board packet. I'm not sure which one you're looking at. That was just for the cuts, proposed cuts. Because of the year we've had with 2 major hurricanes, a tropical storm, and the most intense.
how much is that
rival
is
year.
proposed to come back to us?
We have not heard any update from FEMA at this point, so we don't know if it will ever come back to us.
So. So from an overall budget, the bottom line on the budget, what's the percentage that we have used versus what we budgeted?
Including the cash reserve for improvements to the site. Is that what you're asking for?
Yeah. I mean, what it was received prior to this one, it was running at about less than 60%.
I'm not sure which, is that last month's numbers? What version was it?
Yeah, I guess it would be last month.
He's calculating the number for you.
We're in spend down mode now.
I know.
Yeah.
I know Jose's gonna have that momentarily, but just reminding all that September is our biggest purchasing month. And we have one of the few in the state that actually has facilities to maintain good products because we're climate controlled. So just keep that in mind.
So the question is, what percentage of the budget we've spent so far this year?
Yep.
And that percentage is 55.94.
And what's,
Including,
and what's the marker for this point?
what do you mean the marker?
I mean, where should we be at as far as, you know,
Well, we should
80%?
be about 75%.
75%, okay.
But that includes the money that we haven't touched for the build out and everything else. That's $9 million of the budget that hasn't been used, that we had projected to be used. So if we're talking.
So if you remove that.
Correct.
How much, what's the percentage?
Let me take that into.
Point is, we need to use some of that money in this current budget. You know,
If you use that money in this current budget, then our cash position for next year's budget is gonna be minimized. And we're
No
gonna-
kidding.
And we're not, then we're gonna have to cut more. So we're asking two things that are completely opposite, yield the result that it's never gonna happen.
The argument that I've had for years with government budgeting is they look at too small of a window. It's always year over year over year. And every year that I've held elected office, I've heard the same thing over and over and over again. If we don't get increased funding now, next year, we're not gonna have any money for the, I mean, it's always doom and gloom, it's always doom and gloom. We need to look at more of a longer budgeting cycle, 3, 5 years. Because what you're not taking into consideration is, as we sit here, there's more and more tax base being added. We're in a very growing county, so that delta is not being calculated.
Okay, so we, as specifically said, that the goal was to have a budget of $12 to $13 million the next 5 years. So what the taxes do, it's irrelevant to this calculation, because what we want to do is stay within the rollback rate, which is always the same amount of money given percentage of what you had last year.
I understand.
So the board and the political situation that we're in requires us to take that into account. I don't wanna cut, but it's what needs to happen. So if the route that you're saying means that we're not gonna take rollback rates, then we need to look 5 years from now, and every year, every conversation we're gonna have is about tax increase. Right? So yes, you might be right, governmental, but I've been private industry all my life, and this is what I've done for the last 25 years.
The other concern is, okay, so if we were to spend down that cash and reduce our millage rate, once it's gone again, now we have to increase our millage rate. We are not allowed to increase over a certain amount per year. And so if we have a $12 million operational expense, after the cash is gone in 2 years, we still have a $12 million operational expense if we level out our costs, if we don't increase, if we don't account for the rise in chemicals and all of our other goods that we have to purchase. And so after 2 years, when the cash is exhausted, we still have a $12 million operating expense. And at that point, if we're only generating revenue at $9 million, that's a $3 million reduction in our service that we can provide and the public health protection that we can provide. So yes, I hear you loud and clear that we wanna look long-term. That is looking long-term. That is the most appropriate way to look long-term, because we can't increase our tax rate enough in any one year to account for that significant of a reduction. I've heard obviously some varying opinions on the items that we have proposed for reduction to achieve this rate. I'd like a consensus so that we know the direction to move forward and present the next draft at our first budget hearing in 3 weeks. So I don't know if that means we go line by line and get a consensus, but we need the direction that the board wishes us to go so that we can have this ready for you for our budget hearing on September 4th.
The current millage rate right now is what? I know rollback is, what,
At our
2218.
last board meeting, you preliminarily adopted the rollback rate of 0.2128. And that,
I'm sorry,
uh, 0.2128. And that is the number reflected in the budget that was in your board packet. I'm sorry, it is, what was in your board packet is beyond the rollback rate, so even further. And that's how, the cuts that we just proposed was how we achieved the rate at 0.2064, which is beyond that rollback rate.
How much
So
beyond?
what's, an additional 2.99%.
What's the dollar amount?
What is the dollar amount between the rollback rate and the 0.2064?
Yeah.
Um, 0.2128 is 12.81. It's about 350,000.
So if you wanted to move back to rollback, that's an additional 350,000 of the items that we discussed that could go back into the budget.
That would put back $385,662.
385.
385,662.
Why don't we, go back to the items we discussed, the commissioners come to an agreement on those, see where we are dollars and cents wise, and then make a move from there. I mean, we can still modify further, increase, decrease either way.
So I have a question regarding back to the health insurance, item. So Jose, I wrote down that the $324,000.
I think it's 472, let me look at it.
And
So
that
the
is-
district's portion of covering the expense for the employee,
Yeah.
it's 452,000.
So-
Max exposure,
Max exposure.
correct.
Okay. And you put in here, what was it, 307?
What, what line item is it, please?
Correct, so yes, that's an increase of 307 because we currently have 129,000 in the HRA wellness plan.
Okay, so you're moving that over.
Correct, it's all being converted into one.
Okay. But you're budgeting, I understand why you're budgeting that amount of money because that's the maximum exposure that could happen, but I don't believe that's reality.
Correct, and the understanding is that if we budget for this year, next year, whatever reality didn't happen will reduce the budget by that much more, so we have less of the operational expense to hit when we have to hit rollback or whatever the political demographics tells us to.
So, you know, I take offense to the political stuff that you're throwing out here, okay? I think it's more responsible fiscal management.
Okay.
So, I do take offense to
Okay.
that. But on this particular item, I think there's a happy medium. I think that you can over budget, because that's what you're doing, you're over budgeting that particular line item for potential reductions in the future, but maybe we don't have to go that far. Maybe, you know, we bring that back to 80%. So we realize some savings this year, but also in future years, it helps add to that liability. Is there any agreement on that, or am I completely wrong on that one too?
You're not.
No, that one-
That's a
that one
valid
is-
argument that we've had, and it was decided to max exposure budget now, in the forward thinking that the next few years will be decreasing our total cost of health insurance.
And that's our recommendation. It's the board's will to approve whatever level of risk you're comfortable with. So if you think that 80% of that worst case scenario is appropriate way to budget, then we can reduce it to 80% instead of 100. So
I think
there's some savings there.
there's nothing wrong with that at all. That's just my one opinion.
How much is it, 20% savings?
It's about 90,000. 90,400 if you want to be exact.
Okay, I'm good with that. Good with that, Randy?
I don't like risk, but
Sure. You good with it, Randy?
yes.
Good.
I mean, I think we're all in agreement to not cut the chemical budget. So that's about a $300,000 addition, is that right?
It was 400, $480,000
with all of the changes.
So what I'm looking at here in the packet, the current budget is $2,658,000. What you have in here is the $2,787,000
million is with the changes that we've made, if that was the question.
Okay, so that would increase. So it was $3,268,000.
Correct, so if we wanted to put the chemicals back into the original budget, we would have to increase our millage rate by 0.008 to cover that expense.
From the rate
From
that
the
is
stated here, the
stated in the
2064.
budget.
So we'll be back to rollback rate. And that's just to cover the chemical increases. That's not putting anything else back in.
And that's with a 90,000 savings by only going to 80%?
No, then we have $90,000 more. Right, so.
So then, if you put 50,000 in for the lobbyist, $1,300 for the community engagement, you're still saving $38,000 round figures.
Correct, but then I would consult with the director as far as what the priorities on the cutback are, to see if she shares that opinion.
Well, on the chemicals, the comment is that, again, we're going to be purchasing, I'm wrong about this, I think that one in September here.
You are
I'm wrong, why?
This, over the last few years, we've shifted away from the bulk purchasing. It doesn't actually save us any money, it just puts us in a better position for the quote-unquote off-season, which we don't really have anymore. And so, we buy throughout the year, we don't wait until September to buy. And so it's an attempt to level out our costs for the year, because the price doesn't change depending on when we purchase in the year. We still have the same.
Okay, so the situation we're in, would it make sense to purchase in September?
We're on a fiscal year, they operate on a calendar year, so their prices won't change until 2026. So in your theory, we should load up in December or before December,
No, my theory was to load up in this budget year.
if you had that.
Well,
Not
if-
load up, but
if-
increase some of this, the stock levels. You know, always our big risk, and it'll be for every year, is storms. But, you know, we can't.
This
control
particular
that.
year will be the wrong year to do that, just because we've had such an increase in purchases already due to the hurricanes and everything else. So that's going to, we already hit our contingency at 500,000, so if we upload or upfront the purchases for this fiscal year, then we're really gonna be operating at a deficit that we don't know if we're gonna get back or not. We're hoping and expecting FEMA to reimburse us, but that could be 3 years down the line. All the money we budgeted for chemicals is gone. We've exceeded that expense due to the hurricanes. Capturing that now would means we'll have to use the money from the capital outlay, do an amendment, that would reduce next year's budget by that amount. So it's 2 + 2 or 3 + 5, whatever, it's the same thing.
The cash position that we have estimated for the start of the fiscal year is based on not buying bulk chemicals in the month of September. And so, if we did that, then our cash position at the start of the fiscal year is reduced by that amount.
.2218 is rollback. .2128.
And the 2218 is what?
That was a mistake on my end.
Okay.
So if we were to use 0.2128, the rollback rate, that's 385,662 we could put back into the budget. So that's the number, I think, that you're looking for.
Plus the $90,000.
Our current notice is what?
Sorry?
Current notice.
This year
Yes.
is 2242.
0.2242.
Yes, sorry.
And using that, we'd be fine though, correct?
That would be considered a tax increase.
Right.
And again, I know the board is offended by the language, but the instructions that have been given
Well, it
was
is.
we need to lower the taxes, lower the rate. That's the instructions have been given, that's why I'm using that terminology.
Right, but we cut back 12% last year. And at, property values increase every year, mostly, normally. So therefore, we're within.
Are we past the deadline for the trim notice? I'm sorry.
That's all right. No, it's a good question.
We submitted at the rollback rate.
Correct.
So you're pretty much,
We're locked in.
yeah.
No, we're not.
No,
No,
that's for the
We got two
the
more hearings to go.
preliminary hearing, yeah, so there's, the trim notice goes out with what your projected rate is, you hold your first budget hearing, and that's where you adopt a preliminary millage rate and adopt a preliminary budget. So that's September 4th, and then we have until the final budget hearing to make any amendments to that. And that's when we adopt the final millage rate and the final budget. So you do have an opportunity to change that still.
I understand that, but then that requires you to pay for the notice that goes out. So if you go above the rate that is put on the rollback, or I'm sorry, on the trim notice, then you have to re-notice.
So you still have to put your rate in the paper for the second
I know, but
final budget hearing.
I'm 90% sure that unless you wanna mail out new trim notices to everybody, you gotta stick at whatever you published or below. Am I correct on that?
No,
I don't know the answer to that.
no, so that's what you publish for the budget hearing. So you put your trim notice out, that's the notice for the first budget hearing. And then if you all decide to change it from that time, what we pay for to publish in the newspaper is for this final budget hearing, not the initial.
So my recommendation is you talk to property appraiser's office about that, because I think you're wrong on it. If we go above what we put in the trim notice, I think we have to re-notice it.
So the ad is different, that's the differentiation.
I think there's more to it than just an ad.
Okay, we will explore that. The ad is different based on whether you increase your rate or you take rollback or go below.
I understand what goes in that final ad, but I think we need to explore that.
So staying at the current rate,
Of .2242?
correct,
Okay.
is our head above water? Because to me, the natural escalation, once you get it to a certain millage rate, if you left it there,
Yes, our head will be above water. Given the cutbacks that we have now, we can put those back minus 300,000, give it less.
so we're not, our nose is just above water.
Correct, so we still have to cut 300,000 some.
And that's easy enough. You cut SIT and that solve that problem.
With the rollback millage rate at 0.2128, plus the $90,000 that we adjusted, or that you have talked about adjusting for the district's contribution, that's $475,662. The chemical, total chemical proposed cuts is 480 and 818,000. Now, we can make the majority of that up with the 475,662. And I think there's enough for a $5,000 fluctuation in reduction of things. We can stomach that if we're making the rest of the changes back to what we had originally proposed. The other items, we can talk about, but I think at least as far as chemicals, to getting that back in, I'm comfortable making a $5,000 adjustment to the original that was proposed.
So when you say we can talk about the other items, what are you talking about? I mean, I think you've heard, there's a consensus up here to not fully cut the lobbyist.
Okay, so then that one will have to find another $54,000 unless we are able to renegotiate a fee. I think that along with security, I think was another consensus to keep that. I don't
But
know that
so on
any
that, I think
others
that,
there was a,
I think that on that, there's a potential,
or to negotiate the
yeah.
contract. So we can see what we can determine there. But I don't think there was a consensus on the other items.
To me, this isn't working, so.
Well, I mean, my thoughts on this is that we do just what we're doing now. We determine what is the consensus on the items we want adjusted that they propose. And then we hear from Jose, how can we achieve between the proposed millage rate, which we have today at 0.20, that's the proposed only, and the rollback of 0.2128. Because I still think we should go a little bit beyond rollback.
Below rollback.
Below rollback, that's right.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you.
Yeah. So let's point out, let's see what we agree, and I think we can do this pretty quickly. So we talked about the lobbyist services. Let's see if we can reduce that. Is 15% a good number? Is that a good number for you, Randy?
At a minimum. I just, I don't know how much bang we're getting for that buck.
Okay.
I've seen value in it, but, it seems sporadic for what we're paying. Personally. I don't talk to them on a regular basis.
I like Michael's suggestion on that, is that there's gonna be some low months and some higher months based on when legislative sessions are and such.
Sure.
So what if we wanted 20% reduction? Is that a yes?
You need to have a conversation about that.
Oh, all right.
So,
Yeah, you're gonna have to.
Have to, yeah.
I don't try to hand that.
I'm trying to get to a number here right now.
I don't like paying it either, but it's unfortunately, it's a necessary evil.
Yes.
I mean, a lot of these other reductions, I believe that, it's really good on the staff, for recognizing some of these items, we're picking on the dry ice, but I think that is it's a good observation, by the staff, and it's appropriate reduction, you know, and doesn't affect anything. It's just you're not padding the budget as much as you were before.
Can I interrupt real quick?
Sure, go ahead.
The rollback of, .2128, how much are we taking out of Hyde if we stuck with that? Was it 1.3 million or something we were dipping into reserve?
If we stuck with the proposed budget and before the cuts. So if you're looking at the budget version 2 expenses, with the proposed rollback rate, we will be operating at a higher rate by 1.1%.
I don't know, with seeing all that's coming down the pipe here, we've got some reserve, but it's, can't dip into them forever.
I guess
Okay.
my question would be is, what are we trying to accomplish as far as the military is concerned? Do we want to stay a rollback because that puts the amount more, then we can maneuver that? Do we want to go stay at current? I mean, we've floated 3 different options, but each one has different consequences as far as the budget is concerned. So I think that before we start agreeing on what needs to be cut or not cut, let's agree on what the strategy is as far as the military. That gives us the amount, and then we can work that way.
The current millage rate of .2242 though, we're not taking anything out of Hyde or at all. We have like a barely a surplus, right?
It would still be about $300,000 deficit, right? But that implies, for all purposes, is a tax raise. We have to publish it as a tax increase, we have to do all that as a tax increase, which is.
Everything goes up. The cost of chemicals isn't getting any cheaper. Gas isn't getting any cheaper. Personnel aren't getting any cheaper. Insurance is about the only thing that we seem to find a decent way to cut.
And again, that's why I was emphasizing and learning to operate within a budget that allows us to stay within that budget for the future, right? Because things increase, but if we don't cut them periodically, it's gonna come a time where we're gonna have to cut our budget by 30-40%.
Right, but we cut 12% last year.
12% on the military.
Right.
Correct, not the actual cash coming in. So we thought if we're gonna have that conversation, it's to be cash, because our vendors don't get paid based on military.
Right.
So our cash was not cut, the military was, but cash was not.
So the proposed budget that you have here right now, it's not a proposed budget, it's a worksheet.
Correct.
Is at .2064.
Correct.
Just to get an understanding, if we move that to .2088, what's the difference between dollars and cents between those two?
About $144,000.
Okay. So you said it earlier, but I forgot it. So the fourth digit represents how many dollars and cents approximately?
6,000.
6,000. 6,000.
6,053.
Okay.
and cut and cut, but things aren't getting any cheaper. I don't like paying any more than I have to for anything, but there comes a point where you're now cutting into what we're trying to do here. And I think we're there. All right, Adrian, tell us what we do.
I think the rollback rate is attainable based on the feedback that you have all provided in not wishing to reduce certain line items. So if you're in agreement with that, we can rework the numbers based on what we've discussed. Adding the majority of that back to chemicals, go back to using residual longer term products, and looking at renegotiating lobbyist fees as well as security as two potential options for further reduction. And then the remaining items, I'm still unclear if we have a consensus. So if there is further discussion on any of the items, one or two of you had an issue with removing or reducing, then we need to discuss those, and we'll see if that is the priority of the board to work back into the budget.
With that said, I'm fine with rollback. It's enough cuts, and I don't think our security's gonna take a haircut. It's kinda set in stone, those numbers. The lobbyists, we lose them, we lose them. I liked having them around, but can't afford them, then maybe he needs to take a haircut too.
So I'm fine with the rollback, and I mean, I told you what my thoughts are on the lobbyist services. And the other item that I asked not to be touched was local memberships.
Is there consensus on the local memberships?
If you can finagle a way to keep that, then I support Mr. Cox on that. I do have, I know there's benefit in it. It's just, if we can't afford it, we can't afford it.
Well, the
Do we have a
question is.
consensus on that? Yes.
Okay, so the question is, do we use that, what is it?
I think we should move on.
1,400
That's pennies.
and take it out of chemical.
That's pennies, let's move on.
There's the consensus I needed, thank you.
Uh-huh. Well, I won't support the rollback, just so we're clear on that. But,
You always won.
Normally it's me.
all right.
Yeah, then it's me.
We will move forward in adjusting to the rollback rate and make the changes as we discussed, pending some further negotiation.
Okay, I think we probably need to vote on this, don't we?
It's still a
I
draft
don't think
budget.
we need to vote.
Think so?
No,
Do it at the hearing?
you agreed last month to preliminarily adopt the rollback rate, so I think we're already there.
Okay. Very good.
So just so I'm clear, with the rollback rate, we're having 476,000 back in the budget. We're going to put the lobbyist in, we're gonna put membership.
We're
Negotiate,
gonna
we're
give
gonna
him a
see if
haircut.
there's an opportunity to negotiate the lobbyist, the safety, and,
The local memberships.
local memberships.
And then everything else is going back to chemicals?
expertise in this, where do you think you would like to see the money go?
You all are well aware of my thoughts on owner's representation. I do not have a background in architecture and engineering services nor construction. I also have a full-time job managing a district.
You don't need that right now, and when we get to the point where we do need those services, you can do a budget amendment. Because you have money sitting in the capital improvement slush fund for that.
If that's the consensus of the
I
board,
mean,
then
I'm
that's
just,
what we'll
you
move
know,
forward.
I don't know how clear.
I want you to
There-
have an owner's rep.
Yeah, I'm not arguing to not have an owner's rep. Just don't need one right now. And we may not for a year. I don't know when or way this thing is gonna fall out. So, I mean, it's a simple budget amendment, if you wanna put that back in.
So then
Right now, we don't need it.
Then we will not be putting it back into this line item.
That's my wishes.
Is that the consensus of the board?
Are we done with the owner's rep now?
So we are,
Sorry to put it that way.
we are in the process of terminating the agreement, yes. Based on, and actually that's one of my items for update.
So when we do go back to bid, would their input's valuable to us? They're part of the process.
For the architecture and engineering services,
That's right.
yes. And so the,
So
at the
as long
discussion.
as long as we can find a way to bring that expertise back to us, I'm okay with that. I mean, that's the mystery, we don't know right now what that time frame is. But, you know, maybe, okay, so the termination's already underway. I guess the way to approach that is when the need comes and we bring it back up.
It should be over, because didn't Spring get their final check?
They did, and so.
Okay, so then why do we still have an owner's rep?
Well,
Because the
so-
only reason we retained them was for that final invoice.
You're absolutely correct. If
Okay.
you would like for me to brief you on that update, I can move forward and do that now. So yes, the spring engineering contract was terminated and we received the final invoice. We just paid that last week. And so we've already discussed with Jonathan and Envision the termination of the contract. I have that, waiting for my signature and final invoicing. That's all there is left to it. I informed them several days ago, right after the payment was made to Spring. We're terminating our contract now. That was the direction from the board at our July meeting. So we move forward, terminate Spring contract, pay any outstanding invoices while we still have the owner's representation, because they review their invoices and approve them, and then terminate the contract with Envision, and then we would move forward and re-solicit for architect and engineering services
And we have already received the final invoice from them.
from Envision.
Yes.
Thank you. So yes, that is in process for termination as we speak. I have to sign the paperwork. And somebody has to sign the check. Randy's not.
It's my one.
So I think we're good in that area, right? All right,
Not sure what we're talking about.
What's the next item? As far as, related to the, budget modification? Anything else? Good?
I'm done with it.
My
Okay.
direction is clear, thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. You know, everybody serves here because we want to, and we're doing good things, so even though we get into these sometimes almost confrontational modes, I guess we have to remind ourselves that, this wasn't created by us. But, we're doing the best we can with what we're presented with. So thank you, Jose, for making those difficult decisions also, as the rest of us have to make right now. Okay, well, we're moving on from that now, right, for this time. And
tenth electric powered truck mounted ULV spray system has now been fully equipped with the, in the tenth service truck. You may recall that over the past year, staff have been working diligently to build out an additional 2 ULV trucks. Formerly we were at 8, but as, we've seen the county continue to develop at such a high rate, the board has decided in the past to move forward in expanding our ULV fleet, and so we do have that 10th vehicle now in service. Not sure why this isn't working anymore. There we go. Thank you, sir. Don't play it just yet. Thanks. So the rollout of all 10 truck-mounted ULV spray systems has in fact happened. As you all recall, these machines were purchased with CDC grant funding that we were awarded over the last couple of years. And as you'll hear CJ say in the video, that each one of these units saves us approximately $10,000 in operational expenses in terms of service and maintenance annually. And so this is not only the units we did not pay for with our funding, we were reimbursed for it through a CDC grant, but also additional savings long-term with these units. And we, as you know, rolled out some educational material to try to inform the public that these units are different. Doesn't mean we're not out there providing public health protection, we're not treating, but just try to help them understand that these units are much quieter. And so I think I can play this video. This was one that we used, the shop supervisor. Would you play that for me, Wayne, please?
Hi, I'm CJ, shop supervisor at Pasco County Mosquito Control District, and today I want to show you the new electric ULV sprayers that we purchased with grant funding from the CDC. One of the key features we'd like to address is how quiet the new machines are. These are 70 decibels, where the old machines are 98 decibels. So you won't quite hear the truck come down the street like you used to. You will know the spray's on by the beacon light on top. It'll be flashing when it's spray on, so that's one way to tell that they're spraying. One of my favorite things about the new machine is the cost of operation and maintenance versus the old machine is significantly less. If you'd like to know if your area is going to be treated soon or if it's been treated recently, make sure you log on to our website at pascomosquito.org.
So, what are we doing with the old ones? We selling them to Mosquito Joe or something, or another
So
district?
we typically offer our equipment up for surplus. We are required to do that statutorily, and then if we don't get anyone interested in them, then we can look at other options. But we're holding on to them for now in case we need to swap something out and we have a malfunction, or we don't like to be down. Typically with our older units, we would have all the spare parts, all of the a machine ready to go in the event that we had a maintenance issue, so that the next night we would be back in service. Because these are brand new, we don't have stock parts, just waiting for replacement. And so we'll build up to that, because it is critical for us to be back in service same day if we can, or the following day. And so right now we're holding on to them. I mean, we literally got the 10th unit just in the last few weeks running, so the shop staff have been busy in outfitting, swapping out all 8 units, and then the addition of the 2 with 2 new trucks this year. So it has been a process, and we're happy to report we're fully equipped now. Our ULV fleet is fully switched over.
Well, I commend you for submitting for those and getting that.
Hi, I'm CJ.
So great, we get to hear it
No,
twice.
that's good. I just still think you ought to add a little ZZ Top background to it.
Bring you back. Thank you. Any other questions on that item? Okay, so just a great little video we use for marketing to get the insight in the effort that went into that. So bulk loading, our autoloader system, this past year we budgeted to build out a second unit. and we are now fully functional with that second trailer for for working remotely in our landing zones, so that we are able to reload and restock chemical and fuel in remote areas throughout the county. This unit is a little bit different than what we had built out previously, and the capabilities of this unit are allow us to be much more flexible than the first trailer that we built out, because we now have the option of multiple products. Whereas, you know, the bulk loading system, you fill up the bulk loader here at the shop, you go out to a remote landing zone, you have the one product to use all day. Because of the consideration that goes into every site selection and product use based on mosquito species we're targeting, the habitat, resistance profiles, everything that we talked about earlier, we now have the flexibility to be able to, in real time, change the product that we're using from off-site, so we don't have to come back to the office. So again, just building in the overall goals of increasing operational efficiencies for everything that we're doing. So once they leave the lot, they've got a couple different options that they can choose from. And, you know, as we're in the air, we often, same day, are adding new sites. Inspectors are still out on the ground identifying sites while we start the aircraft and they're starting treatment. And so it allows us to be more flexible in what we're doing. This is the first of its kind that we're aware of. As you know, we did not pioneer the idea of using a bulk loading system for our helicopter operations, but we have, in typical PCMCD fashion, optimized and enhanced it. And so this second round is even further enhancements to what we had already done on the first trailer build out. And so this will be a really, really great addition.
Could we pull the trailer logo off there, put our logo on there?
On the tongue of the trailer, is that what you're?
Right.
I'm sure we can get that off.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
looks like we're advertising for somebody else.
True, so this just got finished building.
Oh, okay.
So
Just a comment.
we don't have any of our decals on it yet, it has not been out in the field.
Oh, I see.
And
Okay.
so we just used it this past week, operationally. And so, I mean, this is fresh out of the fabrication.
I see, okay. Got it.
Unit in our shop. Again, the ability that we have to be able to fabricate these things in-house significantly translates to large cost savings in what we're able to do. And so, fortunately, we have very talented craftsmen on staff, and they're able to build something to this capacity. And so, this one was mostly fabricated in-house, unlike the original purchase where there was a bulk loader, and we just made modifications to it.
And this reduced personnel and time and safety increased?
Yes, so the transition to a bulk loading system, allowed us to remove the physical labor component of reloading the helicopter. As you'll recall, formerly, prior to having a bulk loading system like this, our staff would load 40-pound bags of product into the helicopter, 8 to 10 bags per side of the helicopter per load. So you're doing that 7 loads a day. That is an intense physical aspect to the job, not to mention you're doing that out in the elements, and it's 95 degrees outside and they're in the direct sunlight. And so that removes the physical, the manual labor component to reloading of the helicopter, but also it's a safety concern. It's very, very easy for a bag to get dislodged and make its way into the tail rotor of a helicopter. And so we have been able to mitigate that risk, and by moving to this bulk loading system. So in addition to that, it's also much faster. So we have shaved off 3 minutes of reload per load, 3 minutes of downtime of the aircraft running on the ground per load. So if you do 7 loads a day, that's an additional 21 minutes of aircraft runtime. That translates to money, yes, exactly. And so it's operationally more efficient, it's helped in reducing costs, and saves our workforce's backs.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions on that? So we will have our logos on it when we start using it out in the
Are you
field.
gonna share the improvements with the,
We are, we have already been contacted by one of the chemical manufacturers, that highlights mosquito control programs throughout the country on innovative tools that are used. They're interested in doing a spot on, how we've been able to improve and enhance this system. That, and then also, we've been asked to present at, upcoming association meetings as well.
nice.
So that is the plan, yes. Helicopter scheduled maintenance and airworthiness. As part of keeping our aircraft safe and airworthy, each helicopter is, as you all know, required to undergo routine scheduled maintenance. We budget for that every year because we know it's coming. These are inspections and maintenance that are both flight hour and calendar intervals. And so, for example, the Airbus H125 that we use, the airframe and engine, they have certain requirements for the manufacturer where they have to be inspected at 100 hours of flight, 300 hours of flight, 24 months in a calendar year. So varying schedules, but they are scheduled maintenance. And so over the last 10 days or so, November 518 Mike Charlie has been down for our 100 and 300 hour inspections, and so we have that aircraft is back in service now, and 517 Mike Charlie, I got that, this 517 Mike Charlie is started this week, that same 100 and 300 hour inspections, and so that will be down for the next couple of days, and hopefully, barring any unforeseen issues, we'll be back in service with that aircraft. I know that there has been some public criticism questioning why helicopters don't fly, but there are a multitude of reasons why helicopters aren't always in the air. Not to mention, there's also weather. If there's rain or high winds, we're not going to be up flying or treating and making applications. By law, we can't do that. And so there are a number of factors that go into that I just want to make sure that everyone understands. And so, while the helicopters are a very, a critical asset, their use is always balanced with safety, operational necessity, and regulatory compliance. And so, just an update that we are working on that inspection right now for the second aircraft. Resident notification system. Shortly after our last meeting, just maybe 2 days after, we launched our notification system for residents that they can sign up to receive text, voice, phone calls, or email notifications for treatments that are scheduled for their area. To date, we have as of 2 days ago, we were at around 180 residents have already signed up, and so we are actively sending those alerts out to those individuals as we have treatments planned for those areas. We are continuing to promote and spread the word about this service that we are now providing, and we expect that enrollment will grow steadily over time as more residents become aware of this. I think it's a really great tool that's already helping us enhance transparency and strengthen public trust in what we're doing. And so I'm glad to report that has been active now for about 3 weeks.
It works, I signed up.
Oh, good.
I got one when we were sitting here.
For tonight? Thank you.
Actually,
We talked before about our efforts to refresh and revitalize some of our public education material and the content on our website, and staff have been working diligently the past several months now, in particular, but we have finalized a couple of things over the last three or 4 weeks, that I do wanna highlight. Our public education specialist, was really working to revamp, this is the PCMCD trifold that we commonly referred to it. It was formerly blue, predominantly blue in color, light blue. So we've completely revamped that. Karen did a great job in just identifying the need to do that and working on it along with our admin and talent manager and really making it look much more visually appealing. It also mirrors what we have in the overall look of our strategic plan, and so I think they did a really great job with that. Over the last, if you could advance. There we go. We also have worked on our door hangers. Our aquatic herbicide supervisor has done a great job in providing much more detail in creation of an aquatic herbicide door knocker than what we had formerly. So now there's a lot of great educational tools on it. And then our community engagement director and larvicide supervisors work to update the mosquito technician door hanger that we leave for service requests. So those are much more clear, concise, informative, easier to understand, and I think they just represent us a little bit better than what we had formerly. So just a refresh of some educational material. We already covered the professional services, so I don't think we need to revisit that. Monthly recognition report. We have had several residents either call or email or through social media reach out to the district to inform of highlights that they wanted to on staff. At the end of July, we received a phone call saying that we do a great job in Sarkey Ranch and thanking Pasco County Mosquito Control District for efforts. Also, thanks for all you do. People don't realize that you do save lives. That came in through social media. Thank you to the gentleman that came out and handled the mosquito issue. He's a very nice guy. After a resident placed a service request, they called the following day to report that highlight. And then also in July, just a shout out to the excellent Pasco County Mosquito Control. I submitted a service request yesterday because there seemed to be so many mosquitoes in our backyard, and they were out at my house at 8:30 this morning. I was amazed at the quick service. The guy did a thorough check. It turns out every small amount of standing water can breed hundreds of mosquitoes within 3 days, and he told me that there are 45 different types of mosquitoes, and one of them breeds in standing water, are most common in neighborhoods, so make sure you empty all your containers and store them upside down. And that was submitted on a Facebook chat group. You can advance for me, Wayne. Another couple that came in August. I just wanna thank you guys for coming out to our summer camp and speaking to the kids again this year. The kiosk looks great, and I'm excited to share it with our students this year. You guys are amazing, and thank you all for all you do to help educate the students and community here in Pasco. That was an employee at Pasco Schools Energy and Marine Center. Then we had a couple additionals. A citizen employed at the Groves Golf Course contacted the district's office to commend surveillance technician Isa for noting his professionalism and recognizing him as a valuable asset to the district. And finally, another citizen praised PCMCD for the great work that we do, sharing that their neighborhood loves when mosquito control visits. And I quote, "It's like the ice cream truck is coming, we all get so excited." Smiley face. In addition to that, we've had several anniversaries. We've had Keith, one of our seasonal ULB drivers, celebrate 1 year. Miss Lindsay, 1 year. Mike Santiani, also 1 year of Mosquito Tech. Sergio, another ULB driver, celebrating 11 years. And Tom, one of our aquatic herbicide techs, 2 years. We did have one new hire for seasonal ULB driver, Mr. Dante Kelly. Whoops. It worked that time. Thank you. And the board had at one point in recent months requested that we begin to provide more robust updates in entomological activities in terms of things that what we're doing in the laboratory and field. And so at this time, I will turn it over to Ms. Versauskas, our Research and Surveillance Director, to provide an update on some of the highlights for the year that her team has been working on, in addition to our routine surveillance and both disease and mosquito.
Okay, so I'll start with a brief overview of our department duties, and then I will go into just a detailed account of what we've been up to this year. So the entomology department serves as a scientific backbone of our mosquito control operations, providing the critical data and analysis necessary for effective, targeted, and environmentally responsible public health protection. Our work is centered on two key areas: surveillance and research. So surveillance forms the core of our day-to-day duties, providing continuous information on mosquito activity. Our technicians strategically place a variety of traps throughout the county to collect adult mosquitoes. These collections are brought back to the lab, and they were meticulously sorted, ID'd, and counted. This tells us what type of mosquitoes are present, how large the populations are, and where they're most active. To monitor for dangerous arboviruses like West Nile virus, St. Louis encephalitis virus, and Eastern equine encephalitis virus, we utilize the Sentinel Chicken Program. A flocks of chickens are strategically placed throughout the county, and weekly blood samples are taken and tested for the antibodies to these viruses. Since chickens do not get sick from the virus, a positive test serves as a crucial early warning signal to know that mosquitoes carrying the viruses are in a specific area. The adult mosquito surveillance and sentinel chicken data directly guide our control operations, allowing us to dispatch ULV spray trucks to the areas experiencing high nuisance levels or elevated disease threats. Research, can you advance the slide? Research is our commitment to continuous improvement. The world of mosquito control is always evolving, and our entomology team works to keep methods on the cutting edge. A primary focus is insecticide resistance testing, where we determine the ongoing effectiveness of products that we commonly use. We perform yearly calibrations as well on our ground and aerial equipment and by performing droplet characterizations, we analyze the size of the spray droplets to ensure that they are ideal for targeting adult mosquitoes. This is paired with swath characterizations to verify the effective reach of our treatments. We also conduct operational research to evaluate new control products and equipment, test novel trapping technologies, and refine our application techniques. This research ensures our integrated pest management program is not only scientifically sound, but also fiscally responsible and safe for our community in Florida's unique environment. In essence, the entomology department answers the crucial questions of what, where, when, and how, enabling our operations to protect residents from both nuisance mosquitoes and vector-borne disease. Would you advance the slide? Our team has been diligently working on a wide range of projects to enhance our mosquito control efforts. Here's a look at what we've accomplished and what we're currently focused on this year. Ensuring our equipment and products are effective is a top priority. This year we've undertaken several crucial calibration and testing initiatives. Over 2 days we completed swath characterizations for the granular larvicides used on both helicopters. This process involves setting up 2 lines of in-house granular catchers to capture the product as the helicopters fly over. By weighing the contents of each catcher, we are able to determine the precise walk width and deposition pattern for each product and helicopter combination. We also conducted our annual droplet characterization for our aerial adulticide applications. This test involves setting up a line of droplet impingers in the evening. As the helicopter sprays the product while flying directly over the line of impingers, we are able to measure the average droplet size produced by the nozzles. This ensures that our applications comply with product labels and are optimized for maximum effectiveness against mosquitoes. All of our spray equipment undergoes annual droplet characterization. This year, over the course of 5 days, we completed testing with the shop department for our entire fleet of nighttime ULV spray trucks, as well as our backpack and handheld sprayers. Using a DC-4 hot wire and an emitter probe, we can analyze the droplet size distribution for each of the pieces of equipment. This process ensures that every sprayer is performing at its best. We also conduct droplet testing on our A1 Mr. liquid larvicide sprayer to confirm droplet size and spray drift. This is evening testing involving adding red dye to liquid larvicide and setting out cards in an open field at 30 foot intervals from 0 to 300 feet from the spray line. So far we've completed 2 test This year, we're particularly excited about our sterile insect technique project. These male mosquitoes, which do not bite, are sterile. When they mate with local female mosquitoes, the resulting eggs are not viable and do not hatch. This project is a significant undertaking for our staff, involving many moving parts. We have established 2 neighborhoods for the study, a release site and a control site, each with 4 separate surveillance locations. At each location, we have 2 oviposition cups and 1 BG trap, which are collected twice a week. The 8 BG trap collections are identified twice per week, and we use a black light to check for any recaptured SIT mosquitoes, as they're marked with the UV dust. The 16 egg papers from the oviposition cups are also collected twice per week, and the eggs are counted and hatched to determine the percent hatch rate at each station. In addition to our fieldwork, we have conducted 2 sets of competitiveness and longevity studies in the lab on the 2 different strains of SIT mosquitoes used in this project. This required us to collect and hatch local Aedes aegypti eggs, rear them to their pupal stage, and carefully sort the males from the females to ensure we have virgin females for the study. The adult females are caged with SIT males, local males a mix of 1-to-1 SIT males to local males, and a mix of 3-to-1 SIT males to local males. 4 replicates of each of these pairings are given time to mate, are blood fed, are given time to lay eggs, then the eggs are counted and hatched off to compare the percent hatch rates of each pairing, thus determining the differences in competitiveness between the local and SIT mosquito males. For longevity studies, we monitor cages of 100 SIT males and 100 local males, recording mortality daily until this week we will begin the 3rd phase of our SIT trial. In this final 4-week phase, we will be releasing a much higher number of SIT males to inundate the test site and outcompete the local population. We will continue the same surveillance methods with the BG traps and oviposition cups throughout the phase. To date, we have already completed a combined 12 weeks of releases in the first 2 phases of the project. We are also continuously evaluating new products to enhance our mosquito control toolkit. This year, we are focusing on several promising formulations. We completed a 6-week laboratory evaluation of Altucid XRG Ultra through a series of larval bioassays. We completed a field study with Similarv WSP by treating culverts and collecting pupae to determine its effectiveness in inhibiting emergence. Natural SC is a liquid larvicide formulation that we have been evaluating to be able to rotate with our Vectobac WDG treatments. We completed a few droplet characterizations, taking 3 nights due to unreliable weather forecasting. We moved to a neighborhood trial with caloric representatives using larval cups to collect droplets. These cups were collected, brought to the lab, and larvae were introduced to the cups to determine mortality and effectiveness of the treatment. Along with the field collected bioassay, we also completed spinosad resistance testing in the lab, as spinosad is the active ingredient in natural products. Altucid SR5 is another potential liquid larvicide formulation that we are continuing to evaluate this year. We completed a few field droplet characterizations along with placing bioassay cups at each station. This way we are able to tell the droplet deposition at each sampling station and conduct larval bioassays to evaluate the effectiveness of the product. Cups were taken back to the lab and larvae were introduced the following morning. Our commitment to public health is reflected in our continuous surveillance and training programs. Our Sentinel Chicken program resumed on April, and 929 serum samples have already been tested for West Nile virus, St. Louis encephalitis virus, and Eastern equine encephalitis virus. We conduct CDC vital bioassays year-round and to monitor for insecticide resistance to the products we use. And this year we have completed 83 vital bioassays to assess the resistance levels of local Pascal mosquitoes. Our entomologist Taylor continues to provide ongoing training for our field staff with her Mosquito of the Week presentations, with about 30 completed so far this year. She also collaborates with Maria Johnson and Edwin Martinez to produce a Mosquito of the Month video series to educate Pasco residents about the different mosquito species they may encounter, and these can be found on our YouTube channel. We are a proud partner with other organizations to advance the field of mosquito control. This year we have been collaborating with the graduate students from the University of Florida, providing them with samples for their mosquito research for their dissertations. We are also working with the USDA to collect female Aedes taenaricus from the coast for their toxicological research, which includes samples from across Florida. Last week, we participated in an in-person Culicoides identification training sponsored by the Florida Medical Entomology Laboratory. This training covered mosquito trap modifications for collecting no-see-ums and the proper identification of each species. We are also taking proactive steps to ensure our department is prepared for any challenges that may arise. We have recently been focusing on hurricane preparedness by building a battery bank to run our lab refrigerators, reducing our reliance on our generator. We are also exploring the use of inexpensive east-based CO2 generators for post-storm mosquito surveillance when dry ice is not available. And we are now in the review phase and close to finalizing the standard operating procedures for the entomology department. So far in 2025, our surveillance efforts have included the setting, collection, sorting, and identification of the contents from 1,726 suction traps, 1,173 CDC traps, 971 BG sentinel traps, 102 BG counter traps, 71 rotator traps, 1,122 oviposition cups, and as we are sorting through these numerous mosquitoes, 387,169 as of this morning. We are also setting aside intact specimens for the education department, and we'll be pinning them to provide care in Mojica with a new set. So this overview represents a good portion of what we've been involved in this year, but not everything.
That's amazing. Said all that without taking a breath.
I tried to, I know that we're running late.
Great report. I have a question. What's the reason of not being reliant upon the generator?
So operationally, we need the generator so we can function when we're here, but without it running constantly in the background while we're not here, our lab fridges and freezers will not stay cold.
Oh, I see. So you shut it down.
I think we're expected to shut it down. At least last year we had to, because we ran out of propane, so I don't
Yeah.
know.
I see.
We were forced to shut it down.
Oh, I got it. Thank you.
And then, just a couple of weeks ago, we had an issue with, power to this building, and we were without, and we were unable to use the backup generator for this building, and so we had to, improvise. And so, we actually had to relocate the lab freezers to the shop, just to keep specimens cold. So we need a backup. Just a backup. That concludes my record.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you all. And,
Thank God.
Maria Johnson, you've been waiting for this moment.
I'm standing up because I have to at this point. Okay, so, good afternoon, Commissioners and Director. The Pasco County Mosquito Control District Outreach Department plays a key role in our mosquito management program by educating the public, engaging with the Pasco community, and promoting prevention efforts. Through education, we raise awareness and encourage active participation in mosquito control measures that help protect people, pets, and the environment. So we've been very busy in the summer still, and we had a great tour. In July, we had up to 30 people here learning all about what we do at Mosquito Control, meeting our team, and they really just had a lot of questions and really loved being here. Karen did a great presentation at Archwell Health classes. We've been getting a lot of activity with people asking us to do presentations for maybe healthcare, communities, and so that's been wonderful. We had the blood bus here. We had back, I know Commissioner Evans, you love this, but we had back the Cub Scout Pack 7. This has been their 3rd year, so they really love being here as well. And we were at a Starkey Ranch Library event. And then each month, we also make it a priority to connect with the Pasco County residents through a variety of networking events, because community engagement is essential to effective mosquito control. Upcoming, we're going back to school, and we're bringing back our 2-day curriculum-based education program into the 5th grade classroom. So Karen's been working really hard in getting back into school. We're also gearing back up for a full season of community fall events. And then tomorrow is actually World Mosquito Day. So every year on August 20th, the world marks World Mosquito Day, a day of critical importance to global health. Mosquitoes are considered the world's deadliest animal because of the dangerous diseases they transmit. This observance honors a landmark scientific discovery that forever changed our understanding of malaria, one of humanity's most persistent health challenges. World Mosquito Day is more than remembrance. It's a call to action to raise awareness, recognize progress, and strengthen global efforts against mosquito-borne diseases. So we'll be doing some community events tomorrow to recognize World Mosquito Day. So thank you so much.
Good job. Thank you.
Thanks, Bree.
Nick, you got any updates on safety for us? I'm sure
Yes,
you do.
we had no accidents or incidents this past month, so we're back on track with that. We've had quite a few trainings, situational awareness, which Adrian already briefed you guys on because of the threatening phone calls. And then with the hot weather, heat stress, and bad weather and lightning, we had those safety trainings also in-house. And then we had 36 employees get certified in CPR and basic life saving through Pasco County Fire, but through the Red Cross? Yeah. American Heart Association. And with networking, we had, the fire department has done this 2 years in a row for free for us.
Great. Thank you, Nick. Agna. Disease report.
Yep, so Florida-wide West Nile virus, there has been 1 human case, 5 asymptomatic blood donors, 1 horse, 1 duck, and 46 sentinel chickens. Pasco County has still had just the 1 back in January. St. Louis encephalitis virus, Florida-wide 2 sentinel chickens, none in Pasco. Eastern equine encephalitis virus, 7 horses, 2 emus, 1 emu flock, 1 goat, and 41 sentinel chickens in Florida-wide, and 1 sentinel chicken in Pasco last month. Dengue travel-related cases, there have been 154 cases in Florida and 1 case in Pasco. Locally acquired cases, there have been now 14 cases in Florida, and 2 mosquito pools came up positive as well, 0 cases in Pasco. Chikungunya virus, travel-related, there have been 5 cases in Florida and none in Pasco. And malaria, there have been 34 cases of travel-related malaria in Florida, 0 cases so far in Pasco. Clay, Hillsborough, Lafayette, St. John's counties are under a mosquito-borne illness advisory. Brevard, Escambia, and Miami-Dade are under a mosquito-borne illness alert. And PCMCD is currently responding to 3 mosquito-borne disease cases reported by the Department of Health, 2 suspect travel malaria cases. 1 may have been confirmed this morning, but it needs to be verified, and 1 suspect local dengue case.
Approximately where in the county is that dengue?
Dengue, I believe is, it's by Beacon Square off of Loop in Lake Holiday.
All right, thank you.
I know China's got a huge chikungunya problem right now. Have there been any concentrated,
There's been 5 cases in Florida so far for travel
right, but
related
like
cases.
any from like California where they fly over from China and maybe travel related to California, is there a concentrate? If you just knew off the top of your head, I don't
Not
wanna
off the
keep
top of my
everyone's
head.
going up here.
Why not?
While she's looking that up, I can speak a little bit more on what's happening with chikungunya on the other side of the world right now. It's similar to what we saw in about a decade ago, transmission patterns where cases showing up in China and throughout Europe. We did have some in, I guess that would have been 2014, 2015 timeframe is when we saw it starting to show up here in Florida, travel-related cases. So of course, that's something that we are very well aware of and monitoring that situation closely as well. It looks like Agna may have something for you.
Yes, the countries of origin were Bolivia, Brazil, India, Indonesia, and Sri Lanka. So there wasn't travel from California or anything, it was from these countries that
Oh, okay.
traveled.
I was thinking from China, if someone were to fly to the US, they'd have a concentration in California or
Oh,
something.
possibly. This is just the Florida report, so.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me jump over to meeting schedules. We'll come back to the order.
Oh, there it is.
Okay. So we're on item 10, go to the order. Anything, commissioners you'd like to bring up before we move on? Let's move on, finish up.
I'm good.
Okay.
Good job, everybody.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify our upcoming budget hearing meeting. It sounds like we're going to still have some discussions around the budget, so we're clarifying that, right?
Yeah, yeah, obviously, yeah, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
In the past, I think we were a little further along in the years past than we are this year.
Yeah.
So that's just trying to allocate the time, for that day. I think it'd be extensive, but that's the only thing that's gonna be on the September 4th. First budget hearing, of course, is obviously the budget. So on September 5th, what we talked about this morning at 9 a.m., we'll meet with the Berkshire folks. And then the monthly meeting on the 18th and the final budget. And the 22nd is our regular meeting, correct? October
Yes.
22nd.